Okay, let's see. Yes, here we go. 2:11, hello. 10 p.m. feels late. Oh, you get up at 5 a.m. That's fair. That is fair. Still only 7 hours of sleep. Just don't know how you're still here. You just don't know how long you're waiting. That's fair. That's fair. Welcome everybody. Red, Frankie, Scape, Mimicker, Gloomy, Noah, Beaver. Yeah. So here's what we're gonna do. I will I'll use this. Oh, maybe, there we go. Yeah. So the link's already in there. And I'll just search it by the keyword, which is, yeah, dream. And since most people don't know how to spell hanger correctly, I'm just gonna go with dream as the keyword and not dream hanger. No duplicates, no replies. 22 comments from that video. Very cool. But at one point I did agree to run this hanger. I think Six Skulls requested it. And I never ended up running it. So what happened was, actually at one point was I did a stream for Dream Hangers that was only for channel members, and the audio on some of that kind of got messed up. So even though I did record it and I was going to turn that into a video, it ended up not really working out. So yeah, I'm going to try it this way. I'm going to try it this way, and we're just going to see if people actually like this. If they don't, I'll just go back to doing it for channel members. That's fine, I don't care. The correct spelling is hanger if we're talking about coats or shirts. I know. But yeah. So if anybody, like, if you guys want a chance at having yours in the stream, you absolutely cannot, you can't put it in chat. I'm picking it from the video that I linked in the pinned comment. So yeah. Anyway, let's start off with this one. This is all spider mechs with the addition of Dreadnought, which is kind of close enough, with various weapons: Podgun, Howler, Hornet, Cryo Launcher, Disruptor. Very interesting. I don't think he was specific at all about which weapon should go on which, so I did it this way. This is, I think, probably the best way to do it, or at least one of them. Here's the builds that I have. Weapons, cooldown. I mean, I have cooldown on everything, I think. This is bonus damage, and then just damage into radius on the weapon. Cooldown and damage, and then the weapon range and reload, just because I have it, and like, what else am I gonna put there? Cooldown and damage, podgun damage and reload, damage and range, and I also have redirection damage and ability duration. It's the only one I don't have cooldown on. I also don't have the Howler reload on here. The unfortunate thing with Howler is that it kind of, you really want all 3 weapon implants, to be honest. The Scorpia's skin looks sick. Oh yeah, bro. Look at this, dude. Very, very fancy. Speaking of skins, there's a couple new skins in the Fortune Vaults that you might not have known about. I just got both of them, so I'll probably be making a video about it at some point, but not on this stream. But there's this one for Brick House, very fancy. And then there's also one for Killshot, but it was just a recolor of one that already existed. There's one for Shadow. Actually, this one, it looks pretty clean. Like, I cannot be the only person who looks at this and is like, oh damn, that actually looks pretty good. And I'm not like a person who likes the old car design really either. Right? Like Paragon has one, and I think it looks terrible. Yeah, this one's so bad, bro. It looks so bad, bro. Is duration better on Parasite? It depends. It really depends. I mean, okay, to be fair, I probably shouldn't. Hold on, I'm going to change it real quick. And the reason I'm going to change is because I do have the redirection damage, which guarantees that they're going to, like, whoever you're linked to is going to stay alive for not very long, probably. So if you have the redirection damage, then probably don't bother with duration, but otherwise, yeah. Because it's like, your ability is probably not going to last that long. But how long it lasts is completely determinant on everything that's happening in the match. But you also kind of want it to last a long time. So it's like it's nearly impossible to tell which one's better between cooldown and duration on Parasite. The only reason I'm going to go with cooldown here is because of the redirection damage. That's a fair argument. It's a dope shadow, bro. That's what I'm saying. New car skins look inspired by Paragon, but better, of course. Yeah, that's fair. Can you join the matches? No, that's not the point of this. Garfield, hello. I mean, no, you're not late. I started like less than 10 minutes ago. Sorry, no. Like the skin that looks like a creepy eyeball-filled skin on Jugger. Oh, yeah, the Parasite one. Or do you mean the... So the Parasite or Gobblemon? I think you mean Parasite. This one? Yeah. There's also this one. I don't know which one. They both technically have eyes on them, so I don't know which one you're talking about. I like this one. This is one of my favorite Juggernaut skins. Parasite skin for Parasite when, bro, imagine. Anyway, yeah. So, in terms of this hangar, not very good. You got no speed, you got multiple tanks, you got some good firepower. But, yeah, no, I mean, it's probably not going to do very well in CPC, but let's try it anyway. You like the Wendigo, that's fair, that's fair. You like the Gobblemon for Juggernaut? Alright then. To each their own. Let's see. There are no players. I'm gonna try my best to only play battles with players in them. You got second place in the playoff. Which one? Ah, Lethal Dream, let's go. Cool. I guess I can start with this. It's like not super slow. I don't really love the fact that it has Disruptor though. Quite honestly, like, I mean, Disruptor's not a great weapon for beacon running, but I'm sure it's probably fine. Oh, it should kill him. Well, he did die at least. Ah, there he is. He looks like he's being pretty... Yeah, no, he's being very passive. He doesn't want to push. Does he have a guided... Is that his guided weapon, or is that someone else? It's hard to tell. Oh. Might be him on the beacon right now. Does he... Ha ha! He also has it! He does. He also has Disruptor. That's great. I was not expecting that. Let's just keep pelting the... Stop. Oh. Okay. Hello. No, 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 no. Okay. Well, I mean, I did kill him at least. Running his own dream hangar. This one was requested by 6 Club. Let me Hornet Scorpius, but I can already tell this isn't gonna end well. That's him. He has nades, the last I saw. Oh wow. I actually killed him with that. That's crazy. My damage output's so bad that I was actually able to wait that guy out. Hello. Okay, thanks for grabbing that, buddy. I was about to not even grab it. Oh, okay. Ah! His storm rank, that's kind of a problem. Yeah. That was, kind of saw that coming. Although he just got Gemini'd to death, I think. So we might be fine. Try to fire those. I'm gonna try to put my shield like here, so that I can do that and still cover all of this area. He's down there. How many kills does he? Oh, he only has 2 kills? That is insane. What is that? Something fast-ish. Lion. Don't do that. Should have put my shield up sooner. Wasn't sure what he had, though. I actually thought he had Redeemer at first. Oh. Bye-bye. That's so unfortunate. Really? What? Okay. Just fired straight at the wall. Coming. That should kill him. Potentially. Guys. Oh. It's him with a Revoker Eclipse. I shouldn't be surprised. I mean, I'm not, in all honesty. Bye-bye. Let's go. You saw the mummy skin for Cheetah? Yeah. What about it? The Guardian. 8 to 5, not bad. I didn't use either of those. Is Dreadnought worth buying? I mean, it depends on how much you're buying it for. Frostbite, you really should just like watch his last couple streams. He said what was going on. The Gatecrasher moonwalking towards you, pretend he can't see you. I did not notice that. Mummy skin for Cheetah is like OG Halloween skin. Oh, I know. It's still one of just like the most solid skins out there too. It looks really nice. Like Cheetah has a couple other skins, but I never use them. I only use that one. Have you ever made up your mind on particle beam? As in, like to what extent? What is it that makes you think that maybe I was on the fence about it? You always wait for me to go live? Well, I'm sorry, because I go, it's very random in terms of when and what time and what days. But I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're able to make it. 4 bucks for Dreadnought. I'd say that's worth it. I mean, it's not like a top competitive mech, but it's kind of close. Like, you could use it. You could use it in like super sweaty max level custom matches and still do pretty decent. You have Cheetah's mummy skin for so long in the 20 vault. I just recently cleared out all the last legendary skins all over again. I already showed you guys the couple new legendary ones that they just made, that they just put in here. I'm kind of expecting, because it's not there in the shop, the turbocharger for Deathwalker. I'm expecting this to be in the Fortune Vault as well at some point, to be honest. I guess that's why they made this skin, because it's like race car related. That sort of makes sense. But that was like 6 months ago that they made that. It's crazy. I guess they knew what they were doing. As in, like, they knew what they were preparing for. No for competitive. Yeah, I mean, you're not going to see many people use it competitively. No teams that are taking it like super seriously are going to use a Dreadnought. You might see one Blockhorn, but that's about it. Maybe a Parasite, I don't know. But I don't think you'll see a Dreadnought. You have 993 fortune keys. I can't wait for the next playoff where you get points for using them. I wish you luck. Realistically, somebody with just like $1,000 to spend might still be able to beat you out on that. But yeah, who knows? Anyway, let's continue. I don't want to dwell too much on that. I didn't use either of these two, so let's play a match. Let's do those two. Do you think Disruptor's better than Savant? Yeah, probably. Dr. Lulo. Well then. This is the perfect map for Arachnos because it's opaque direction. Okay. I am not nearly fast enough to be able to afford you going back and forth, my guy. No. Okay. That's, yeah. I don't like that. He has Cryo Launcher with quite a bit of range, too. I mean, he doesn't have that much range. His max range is like 125-ish. Eat it. Eat Arachnos turret. You don't want it. I promise you don't want it. Oh yeah. Came back over. Okay, I don't know. 15 seconds seems fast to me. I don't know why. It just kind of does. Like, I'm expecting to, like, sit here for an actual eternity. But it's not that bad. It's manageable enough. I'm gonna focus on this guy. It's the other guy that's dazed, but I'd rather kill him after these guys are dead. Excuse me. Oh, okay. I was gonna say. I was like, I'm surprised that he didn't die to that. But he did. He did. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna focus on this guy. Someone's got Gemini on me. Yeah, no, that's what I was gonna say. That's what I was trying to say. Because these bots, oh my goodness, dude. You cannot be serious. Really? And I'm not even on it? Okay. Shh, stop. I saw that, you little piece of crap. He's gotten Orion. Bye-bye. Here's my range. It's like... It's something, that's for sure. My range is definitely something. Where did everybody go? I just... Yeah. After freaking... Oh my goodness, he's gonna win! Okay, that was... I don't know how I managed to miss that. Don't even... don't even ask. Okay. Oh, he's still... He has a cryo launcher Orion? Is that what he is? Is that the... That's the build that he's using? Okay. I mean, alright. Alright, buddy. That's very interesting. I'm glad I lost, though. I should not have won with a freaking vodka and Arachnos. Hiding while using Parasite? Well, yeah, because it was a freaking Hemlock. I'd get stuck out in the open. The dude would die or my ability would run out, and then I'd just be out in the open with no ability, stuck from the Hemlock. Of course I'm gonna hide. I'm not that dumb. Stronger version of Arachnos? That'd be really cool. No, I like that idea, but I doubt they'll do it. Everybody thinks that, oh, Scorpius is the legendary version of Arachnos. Well, not everybody, clearly, because you don't, but a lot of people are like, well, clearly Scorpius is the stronger version of Arachnos, but like I don't like, in what way? The abilities are in no way similar. It's just strictly based on the fact that they're both spider mechs, but you know, there's like 4 spider mechs now, so can't really say that anymore. You like the Surge versus Eclipse video? Thank you. If Gemini had a proper warning, it wouldn't be bad, but right now you kind of just die. When you get later game and there's more mods, Gemini is not a weapon that you can really use, like, competitively, but I feel like it's close, actually. It's one of those weapons that, like, you can almost... It's super, super strong. You could almost use it competitively, but not quite. I kind of like it the way it is, but... I just wish bots used it less. I wish bots used a lot of things less. Sorry. Yeah, no, I don't want to invite people this. I don't want to join people this round. This stream, sorry. Anyway, yeah, well, these are the only spider mechs that exist. I think... My final consensus is that this hangar is OP. Every one of these builds, very good. You could use them competitively and you'd be chilling. Especially this one. Very cool. Yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Alright. Obviously, I'm joking. That was like a meme hanger that's just there for like the start of the... Just so that I had something for the start of the stream. For right now, let's go here. Let's... I might actually reload this. This link. And then we'll do keyword. The keyword is Drim. No replies, no duplicates. Let's see, just in case some extra... Yeah, one more person commented. Sure. Also, just so we're clear, if it includes a kill shot or something that like I legitimately can't use, then I'm not gonna run it. Alright, well, okay, hold on. Eclipse, Repeater, Blockhorn, Minigun, Panther, Graviton, Guardian, Disc Launcher, Onyx, Overdriver. Alright. Alright. Let's go back to this. Onyx. Overdriver. I'm gonna go with probably all Overdriver implants and then simply ability cooldown. Because Quad Rockets, it's something that like you kind of don't use very much, if at all. I mean, the lights on the weapon and the mech kind of match, and I kind of like that. It's very freedom-based skin. Yeah. America. Oh, yes. Guardian Disc Launcher. Frickin' game build, bro. Guardian Disc Launcher. System crash range, obviously. Damage and reload for the Disc Launcher, sure. The radius does not matter. And so I will put cooldown on. Perfect. And that's kind of everything that I'd want to put on this build. Man, some of these skins just look kind of awkward now. Like, the weapon mounts are a little too high up. Sure, go down. The next one was Panther Graviton. Okay. This is something, if you're like, like 3,000 squad power, like my free play count is, a Graviton Panther would do really, really good. So, I have duration on here. I will also put cooldown on here. I'm also going to replace that duration with this one because it's higher level. And then I can choose between mag size and range. I'm going to go with range. 22 extra meters. Panther's very much like a sit in the back mech. And so giving it some extra range can be nice. None of these skin... maybe this one's okay. And then Blockhorn Minigun. That is a lot of heavy mechs. He has a lot of heavy mechs in his hangar. That's not a great sign. Most of the time when someone uses a lot of heavy mechs, that means that they're just... they bought some stuff and they're using it at low SP. Damage boost, and all minigun implants. The only unfortunate thing about this build, this is a good build, but the only unfortunate thing about it is that minigun kind of does require all 3 weapon implants, which only leaves you 1 implant slot for your ability, and Blockhorn has some really, really good ability implants. Like the durability that makes the shield like super strong. The damage boost, obviously, the cooldown, and the duration. All of those are really good. And then Eclipse with Repeater. Let's go. That's the last one. repeater damage, repeater range, cooldown, duration. I want stealth speed in here somewhere just because I want to be able to close the gap. And I'll probably go with duration over cooldown in that case. But I'm not, like, necessarily fully... I like it when, like, the highlights match. I think this is a good one. Mr. Perfect, you're mean. It's very unnecessary. Okay. So that is that. An OG Guardian skin, you like it? Yeah. Guardian's got some okay skins, but I don't know. I like the redesign, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of wish they made more legendary skins based on the, like, more redesigned kind of thing. And I think this is everything. Okay, well, first and foremost, Guardian is not gonna do you any good. Guardian, no. Just, especially not Disc Launcher. Disc Launcher Guardian's not gonna do well. At all. This should do fine. This should do okay if you're not playing competitively anyway. But it should do pretty good otherwise. This is not a great build, and this is also not a great build. So these two are good, the other three not so much. You don't really have anything that's aggressive outside of just like brute firepower aggressive. This is like a defensive thing. This is also like a not defensive but passive backline. This is also passive. This is aggressive in the form of like intense firepower, but not aggressive in the form of like you could be pushing someone's beacon with it because you're probably gonna die. Your ability doesn't really help you survive. And also, like, you're very slow. Onyx is very, very slow. So, yeah, this is kind of the only thing that you can even apply pressure with, realistically, and it's not great, considering it is a repeater eclipse. It's a top-tier gamer hanger. Oh, yeah, for sure. Epic distance for Savant, good. I mean, it's better than no range, I guess, yeah. Panthing McQueen. I wish I never saw that. So, yeah, okay, right off the bat, I would replace the Onyx and the Guardian. The Guardian I could actually kind of see doing some good. The Onyx I actually think is probably the least useful out of all of these. But let's run a match, see how it goes. Amanda, hello. Let's see. All bots. That's unfortunate. We're gonna try to only get player matches here. Is Bastion good for free-for-all? No, not really. It probably could be if there was a cooldown modifier, but the cooldown on Bastion, all of the tanks really, but Bastion especially, is just way too long. Nope. More bots. I feel like the game tries to push me into bot matches more aggressively after I lose a match. And that's probably why, because I lost the last one. What would be the best tank then? Deathwalker. It's just like it's not that deep. Like the best thing in the best mechs are pretty much the same in every mode. These are all bots as well. Escape. Starting to get sleeping because it's bedtime. You'll dream of hangars or maybe hangars in your sleep. Hangar, you're a hangar full of hangars. Have a good night. Alright, Buzzle is a bot, right? I think so. If I just left a player match, that'd be very sad. I don't think I did. Vortex. Vortex is not better than Deathwalker and Free For All. All of these are also bots. The more I look at these bot names, the more I'm just like second guessing myself. I'm like, wait a second, is that actually a bot? Oh my goodness, dude. If you would have given me a player match, we wouldn't be in this situation. Stupid game. That game's really punishing you, isn't it? Well, I don't know if it's true, but my theory is that when you lose a match against, especially against a player, the game tries to give you an easy match just to try to keep you from getting mad and leaving. So it's like, okay, here, you know, you can have a little pity victory. We'll give you a really easy bot match. So you can't possibly lose this one. So, you know, basically just a way to keep you from losing back to back if you're not very good at the game. Just had a 5v1 match? That's crazy. It's not a theory, that's absolutely how it works. Yeah, I mean, that seems to be the way that it goes, but at the same time, it's like, I don't technically know, so I'm gonna call it a theory. One minute. Derzu, I'm not looking at hangars, sorry. You'd like to see a vortex? Did... I wonder if Ringer's here. If he is, maybe I can do his hangar. I actually did run that Graviton Vortex that he was saying was pretty good. I did run it. And it's actually not bad. It's doing better than I thought it would. What's my favorite build in this hangar? Okay, thank you for specifying in this hangar. Probably the Blockhorn. I mean, minigun's just a really entertaining weapon, but also Blockhorn's one of my favorite mechs. Thought they patched that years ago. That's kind of what I thought too, but yeah, no, I mean, it just happened. It's the first time I've seen it in a long time, though. I wouldn't have guessed that it was a thing that still happened. Watch and stream from across the world. Well, hopefully it's at least mildly entertaining. Did we get one? Hold on. Dang it, bro. This game. Alright. I don't want to keep leaving matches, but I kind of have to. How did that match draw? Yeah, because I left and it was all bots, and as soon as if there's a, let's see, hold on. Nope, more bots. I'll just play this one, whatever. If there's a match that only has bots outside of you, and the one player that's there leaves, then all the bots just stop moving. I mean, I do have little extra range. Let's see. It's been a while since I used Graviton 16s, actually. I used to use these a lot. Hi. Don't do that. Get him. Nice. You suck. Oh. Really? Bye-bye. This is good build against bots, not so much against players. I mean, it's not going to do anything against Eclipse, and that's kind of a problem. Well, there's my shield. Come on. That Deathwalker. There we go. Stop. Actually, you need to stop. Let's see. Where's the last dude? Oh. Bye-bye. Alright, let's see if that convinces the game to let me have a player. Really? There's more? Okay. Oh, that's interesting. It goes on the other side of the... That's kind of cool. It would be cool if this is legendary stalker. Yeah. Oh, random achievement. Oh, Panther. I guess that makes sense. Least fun mech has to be outlaw. I don't know. It's pretty entertaining just telling people no thank you. Especially certain mechs, bro. Certain mechs are just like, stop, like, please. What's the least fun mech in my opinion? Those are all fine. Those are okay. Panther's meh. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, probably just, I mean, I kind of would have to say Killshot. I know it's kind of a meme at this point, but like, I kind of have to say Killshot. Because, here's the thing, is that At this stage of the game, for myself, can Parasite Link through shields? Yes, it can. As long as it has line of sight, it can do it, even through like indestructible shields or whatever. Even through Blockhorn's shield, which is supposed to like block effects and stuff. But the thing is, like with Killshot, is that at this stage of the game, like I couldn't use it aggressively. The only thing that I could do is I just use the speed and use the dash to just be like a little piece of crap and run away from everything. That's literally the only way that I could possibly use it effectively. And so, yeah, no, I mean, Killshot is just kind of the worst objectively. It's not even an opinion. It's just true. Puma's pretty pointless. Okay, but pointless and least fun are not the same. That sucks, so the only counter is Eclipse. Well, anything with stealth. So, sort of Surge as well, yeah. I mean, yeah. God forbid that the two most broken mechs in the game don't counter everything, you know? Alright, let's see if we can get an actual player this time. More bots. Right there. More bots. Dude. I got like what, 2-player games in a row? And then it's just all of a sudden. No. Yeah, no, I think it was 2-player games in a row. Maybe there's a bot match between, I don't remember. Yeah, Durzu, sorry, no, I'm not looking at anybody's Hangar. Jeez, dude. What in the world? I don't want to do it against bots, but like if I have to do it against bots, then I suppose that I will, but I would rather not. Scorpius is boring. It kind of depends. It is not the most entertaining, that's for sure. Wait, they're all... Yeah. You march people down with missile rack 16s when you play Scorpius. That's crazy. I like that. You're gonna put, hey, let's go. AKA Jorge. Alright then. I'm gonna start with Panther. Because it's one of the safer choices. I can kind of stay in the toward the back. Yeah, he grabbed that. He's probably a Surge or an Eclipse. I'll find out when he engages this guy. A Surge. I mean, you kill that guy, you're just gonna expose yourself, buddy. No. Run! No, I'm done. Sure. Not at all surprised that he decided he wants to be a piece of crap with Revoker Surge. It's fine. His Revoker Surge is dead. Oh, and we're grabbing their back beacon. That's crazy. What Exactly. I don't love the fact that I am already using my Eclipse. He's right there. What does he have? We'll find out in a second. Oh, this guy's got Blast RPG. The most OP of weaponry. Oh. No. No. No, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna wait. I have to get... yeah, I mean, that kind of makes sense. He's got the same build that I do, except with no reload. Also with no damage boost implant either. Bye-bye. Go for it. There you go, pal. What's he got now? Now, if I had to guess, I was just about to say it. I swear, I was just about to say, I'll bet you he has an Eclipse. I wasn't sure if it was going to be Revoker. I should have guessed Revoker, because he already had minigun on the other thing. Just get him close. There we go. Make him... The trick was to get him away from that corner, because if he was still in that corner, he would have been able to escape me. What I wanted to do is I wanted to make him think that he was okay to rush me, and then realize that he's a piece of crap. Which is exactly what happened. No. Just launch your Guardian's OP, bro. Don't freaking mess with me. Alright? You don't want it. You don't want it. Rather. Okay. It's it is a minigun Deathwalker. You crash that thing and it's just GG. Its entire existence just ends. Guys, you really need to kill that. We really need to kill that. What? No! We're gonna lose. Yeah, now I'm stuck with this garbage thing. That's very unfortunate. Opinion on warningless guided. I mean, guided weapons without a warning have been around for forever. I think the ones that need the warning the most are the ones that deal a stupid amount of damage in a shorter amount of time. In which case, I don't think... Actually, no, Strike Rocket does have a... It doesn't have a guided warning, but it does have a lock-on warning. Like it does indicate that you're being locked onto. Gemini... Does Gemini? I don't remember if Gemini has an indicator that you're being locked onto. It might. Actually, yeah, I think it does. Should it have a warning? Maybe, but it does fire straight instead of up and over. Like, part of the reason, like, Javelin Rack, Helix Rack, Rocket Mortar, those need warnings because they do a lot of damage, and they come from kind of out of nowhere. Whereas the other ones, not so much. Helixes never give you a warning? Well, you're probably not paying attention, honestly. Okay. The only build that I didn't really use was the Onyx, but I did technically spawn it. I already know what I think about it. But Maybe for the sake of argument, I'll leave it and just change the Guardian. Alright, well, you need something that you can use aggressively, apart from just the Eclipse, because it's terrible. You already have plenty of passive stuff. I would recommend Surge, obviously. And I'm actually gonna... Let's get rid of the Revoker on you, or let's get rid of the Repeater on you. We could put the Repeater on Surge, and I think it would do slightly better. Obviously, if you want the best performance, just slap Revoker on both of them, but that is not really... I mean, like, that's an obvious thing, you know? Like, that's pretty obvious. Kind of goes without saying. Sure. And then for you, all three of these weapons actually would do really good on Eclipse as well. The Graviton, the Minigun, and the Overdriver are all very solid on Eclipse. Let's see. I don't want to just, like, slap Stormrack or Revoker on whatever, just because, like, that's a super obvious solution to everything. Like, Revoker would be better here, obviously. But clearly you already have Repeaters, so we'll just stick with that. You know what, I'm gonna remove the Onyx. And I'm gonna put the Overdriver on Eclipse. Because that at least can use it to a better degree. And then I'm going to replace the cooldown with duration. Yeah, I guess that's the only one I'm not using. Oh yeah, because both of my legendary ones are... Yeah, okay. And then, alright, so what do you have? You have one kind of defensive, one aggressive, another one that can be pretty aggressive, one that's generally passive, and so the last one that you have could be any number of things, really, though it's probably best to triple down on aggressive stuff. That is typically the best option. Just so that, yeah. You could do Vortex. Yeah. I'll do Stormrack Vortex. Just as like a cooldown, and I kind of want duration on this, but I don't have any more duration. I'll just use that, whatever. Yeah. Well, wait, what? Okay. So yeah. So I'll have like a. This is something that can be used pretty aggressively, but it can also be used pretty defensively if your Blockhorn's dead, or if you don't want to use your Blockhorn. So that's not a bad type of thing to have. I mean, alternatively, like a similar play style is like Nomad or Deathwalker. Not quite the exact same. You wouldn't use them in the exact same situations, but it's a similar play style. The Panther. I mean, if you're using Graviton's Panther, kind of is actually one of just like the best options. I think this is significantly better. Let's try this. Overdriver on Eclipse and switch Onyx, yeah. Howl or something? This isn't a challenge stream, but Sweater vest. Okay. I'm gonna start with the vortex. I want something with a bit of range. Excuse me. I legitimately can't move. Okay. I want something with a bit of effective range. Something that's at least somewhat fast that I can get to this beacon. And if I need to, push the sea beacon. So it'd be nice to have something kind of aggressive. But I don't want to start with my Eclipse first, because if my Eclipse dies in some freak accident, it's like, you know, any random unfortunate thing could happen. You have no idea what the enemies have. That's why the starting mech is like... Always treat the starting mech as, like, you know, the most throwaway one. The radius might help as well. Alright, buddy. Let's try to get in here. Should be, I was gonna say, I should be able to kill that guy. I can grab it. I have no idea if he's gonna push me. I don't think he is. That's annoying. I need the resistance. Stop. Somehow I think he missed his first ones. I'll take it. Did that bot run out of his ability? He did. Let's go. Uh-oh. What's he doing? Okay. Well, that bot just, like... He just decided he was having none of it. I guess. I don't know. What are you doing up there? Okay. I would like to kill that Deathwalker. Thank you. Hemlock is dead. This guy's still there. Surely you guys can kill him. I have zero faith in them. Okay, never mind. I have no idea what he... It's a sniper pilot. It's a sniper pilot, so he's probably got... Let's see. I didn't see anything, so it might be a railgun or Tetra. I think an EM rifle would be kind of obvious visually. Alright, cool. I'm not gonna survive anything. So what I want it right now is to... Yeah. That's annoying. Because now he's gonna grab that. Bot, kill him, please. Thank you. Alright, now I'm gonna go with this, because I think I can afford to be a little bit aggro. He's losing by a lot. And I could chill a bit and just keep the lead that I have. But in this specific instance, he has the same build, bro. Let's go. Nice. What in place? Okay. Wow, that's incredibly similar. That's crazy. I was not expecting that. Yeah, in this instance, I think he lost a lot of his... I think he wasted a lot of time with one build that was super passive. If I'm aggressive, then what's likely to happen is something like that, where it's like he has to be aggressive back, and he's not able to... yeah, I'm done. Good job. He has repeaters. That's crazy. And he sacrifices mechs. You see what I'm saying? If I played it passively, he could have potentially sat back with his much better builds and just farmed my bots, but... Alright. I technically did worse than him, too. That's crazy. We take it, though. That's good. No, it's nice. And I never even used either of these, which I think are some of the easier builds to get good results with. Like, they're... The abilities pretty much guarantee that you're relatively safe. And so, like, you might not be able to push a beacon with either of them. And so you don't have that kind of capacity, but it's a pretty safe bet that you're not going to die super quickly and that you can get, you know, at least a few kills with it. So, yeah, using the other 3, I think, is fine. No name, hello. Why is it called Dream Hangars and you got on repeaters? Because if I just used Revoker and Stormrack on everything, I'd just call it Meta Hangars. I mean, it might sound weird, I guess, to some people. It's like, okay, well, why are you not just like suggesting the best possible stuff? Like, obviously, there's a surge here. Just why does I have Repeater instead of Revoker? I mean, I explained that earlier. The Repeater was originally on Eclipse, and I moved it to Surge because I think it would do better. But obviously, Revoker would do even better. But, like, realistically, how many videos could I make where I'm basically just changing people's hangars and giving, like, I'm just changing out the close quarter, whatever close quarter stuff for Revoker, changing out everything else for either Minigun or Stormrack. Like, every single hangar would end up just devolving into the same, like, one of maybe 5 different meta variations, if that was the direction that I was going. So, my goal isn't to, like, take their hangar and then turn it into, oh, this is a top end game meta hangar, because at that point I may as well just be like, go here. I mean, I'd replace this, but, like, you know, scroll to this, be like, this is the hangar that you want, you know, two thumbs up, go for it. You know, I wouldn't even bother making a video about it like at that point. So no, my goal here is just to make their hangar better, not necessarily peak. You hate Eclipse, Surge, and Revoker, that's fair. But you kind of have to use them. It's crazy. It's very difficult to get away with not using them. Repeater needs like 50% more ammo? Oh yeah. It does. Actually, that's exactly the calculation. Was Mayor, of all people. He made like a damage chart comparing the damage from like Repeater, Revoker, Ember Gun, maybe even Fragment Gun, I don't remember. But like he had like, there's like at least 3 different weapons on there. And the damage chart line for Repeater was just so bad. And what he calculated that Repeater needed in order to do good was actually pretty much exactly a 50% damage increase or 50% more magazine. And in fact, if Repeater does not actually reload while it's firing, unlike Graviton Beam, which does. So they both have like the recharge ammo, right? But Graviton actually reloads some while it's firing. Repeater doesn't. If it did, it would have about 50% more ammo capacity in a full magazine. Because the reload time is actually like pretty darn short. You'd actually get about 50% more mag out. But yeah, no, unfortunately, it was intentional. The Repeater's not supposed to be reloading while it's firing. It should. It should. It would give it the buff that it needs, but whatever. You can't unsee Surge with a chin. Well, yeah. Chad Surge. He's got that jawline, bro. Look at that. Yeah. You see it? YOLO, you're new at Macarena. Can you give tips on how to get better at aiming and not dying? Off the top of my head, not really. Most of what I do is just kind of like reaction. I've been playing for like 4 years, so it's like I don't think too much about it. But also I don't consider myself like a super great player, so I leave most like gameplay advice to other people. And I focus mostly on hangar advice and like build optimization, because that's what I'm better at. Mayor's thumbnails on his videos are so edited, it's crazy. I think they're mostly like AI. Like he takes a screenshot of whatever, he throws it into like an AI image modifier thing, just gives it some kind of prompt. It's just like, you know, do something fancy with it, and then yeah, and you're left with whatever that is. But I definitely know he's experimenting with his thumbnails, at least recently, I think, because they look very, very different from what they usually do. But anyway, yeah, I mean, I think this is a pretty solid improvement. These two builds I didn't use in that last match, but actually I didn't change them at all either, so it doesn't matter. These were the 3 builds that I used, and these were the 3 builds that I changed, and I think they did pretty good. Obviously, as always, if you want like the best hangar possible, then you pretty much just want this. Minigun or Revoker on Eclipse, depending on what mode and depending on what you like. Revoker on Surge, Stormrack on Waveswing, Stormrack on Deathwalker, and then this last one is just kind of whatever you want. Some people do Nomad, some people do Seeker, some people do supports like Salver or Solus are most popular. Myself personally, I pretty often use Outlaw, but yeah, that's not what most people use, I'd say. But yeah, so obviously it's not like meta, but it's better than it was. I know you edit your thumbnails. I mean, what do you mean edit your thumbnail? I can't make a thumbnail without editing it. It's not, unless I'm just like taking a screenshot from the video and using that as the thumbnail. Which, yeah, no, I don't think that would look very good. All right. Yeah, that's it for that. Let's go to the next one. You missed the old game without mods? Now everyone just rushes in, not scared. They need to trash mods. No mods forced you to play smarter. Okay, that would be true if it weren't for Disk Launcher specifically. Like, the era between when Disk Launcher was nerfed and when they added mods was a very short period of time. But that was pretty good. It was mostly sniper dominated, but snipers had some pretty obvious downsides, being that they have very limited ammo capacity in regards to like railgun, or you know, they have to delay, or they don't do as much damage up close in terms of EM rifle. So that was kind of okay, but the Disk Launcher meta was disgusting, because it was literally just like, throw your weapon literally anywhere you can and just hope that you get damage. There was like 90% of all damage dealt during the Disk Launcher meta was damage to people that you literally could not even see. It's like the rocket mortar meta at that point. It's like, bruh, like what kind of gameplay is that? I know people liked to pretend that it was all strategic placement of Disk Launchers, but it's like, brother, you're just aiming at literally anything except the mech. That's your goal. I don't consider that super strategic. But yeah, pretty much all the metas have frustrated me to some extent. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Having a close quarters meta is not a bad thing. A close quarters meta is the most, it's the most logical meta to have, because basically every ability is at least usable up close. You're in the most danger when you're closer to mechs, just because mech abilities, most of the, like, there's like literally Scorpius, I think, is the only mech that can't use its ability at close range. Like the only one. So being close to enemies is inherently more dangerous. And in that regard, if you're going to reward any type of game, if you're going to have one type of thing that's the most risky, it should also be the most rewarding. And so, yeah, I don't mind close quarters meta. It's just the fact that Revokers Or really stupid. Yeah. Revokers just take down mod shields way quicker than anything else. The mods definitely weren't made in a way that I would say is super great. The idea of mods was... I like the idea of mods. I think actually most people do. Most people like the idea of mods because I didn't really enjoy the one-shot meta too much. But the way that they made them is it's not great. But that goes for a lot of things. That goes for a lot of things. Not surprised. They could have just nerfed damage instead of mods. Yeah, but I mean, I knew mods were coming. Every mech game has a pilots feature and a modules feature. It was just a natural thing. Like, people expect that in a mech game at this point. And if they were to implement mods well, actually, I think it would have added to the game. Like, you could have nerfed the damage, you could have balanced the weapons, you could have done this, that, or the other thing. But at the end of the day, if they were to release a well-made mods feature, it would have increased the customization and the variability of different builds, and you could make things do certain... You could build mechs and builds in ways that you otherwise couldn't without mods. So I actually disagree with the premise that nerfing damage is just as good, but in concept, I mean, in practice, the way that they made the mods feature was not so great, but they might be looking at changing it. Just a heads up, they made like I heard some people got a survey regarding mods. I've heard tell that they might be planning on buffing, potentially buffing like the solid mods, and possibly making them cheaper as well, to kind of encourage people to use mods other than just the multi-layered ones. I think it's very possible that there's some changes coming for mods. Anyway, yeah. Let's go here. Like, don't take that as like this is gonna happen. I'm just saying, like, it could happen. It looks like the sort of thing that could happen. Maybe it takes a year, maybe it takes 2 months, but it could happen. All right, let's see. Okay. Revoker, Zephyr, Podgun, Orion, Viper, Aegis, Stormwreck. What's with the Guardian? Disc Launcher, Brickhouse. Disc Launcher, Brickhouse is crazy, bro. Okay. Revoker, Zephyr. OP. Alright, damage, duration, radius. Would I say cooldown over Revoker range? Probably. I'd say like go full in on the ability and then just with the Revoker damage. This puts my ability radius at like 50 or 40 meters. And that is the same range as my Revokers, so that's pretty fine. Sure. Podgun Orion is the next one. Let's do... Oh, I forgot to equip it. Cooldown and shield piercing. I mean, yeah, that's pretty much the only good way to build a Podgun Orion. Use that one. Viper Aegis is the next one. This will not be a good build, I can tell you right now. The number of Viper Glazers is crazy. Viper is not that good, fellas. Cooldown, probably not duration. We're gonna go all in on the weapon. Damage, reload, mag size. And sure, I like this skin. Also, by the way, If you have the mag size implant, make sure that it is some multiple of what? I think 20%. Yeah. So I think 20%. 20% and 40%. I think the legendary maxes out at 40%. So if you're using mag size, you should either be using a maxed epic or a legendary that's either level 3 or maxed out. And the reason is because that'll get you an even number of shots to get you another rocket. If you're firing if you have mag size enough to fire a couple extra shots, but it doesn't get you an extra rocket, it actually reduces your DPS. It actually does. It reduces your DPS by quite a bit. Because you're taking time to fire bullets that deal basically 0 damage. Stormrat Guardian. Excuse me. Pair that. System crash. Distance. I will go with cooldown. Guardian's ability cooldown's pretty long, so I always go with cooldown if I can, and then the crash distance is just pretty obvious. And then damage and reload, of course. And then for you, yeah, sure. I like that skin. And then the last one is Disc Launcher Brick House. Alright. This is not gonna end well. I can kind of guess the SP range that this person is at. Cooldown. Fun fact, Brickhouse damage boost implant doesn't currently work. So even if you have it, there's kind of no reason to use it. For now. Excuse me? Okay. So weird, bro. I could use this one. No, I'm gonna use this one. But yeah, nah, man, that's the damage boost implants are always the most important ones. If you have it all. I should have swapped the Guardian and the Aegis, so it's just like the height. It's kind of funny. Bots are pure magic. Sometimes that's true. Viper overrated, but good. It's okay. I don't think... The only ones that are for credits are the 6 and the 8. The 8, maybe you could get, but even then, I would actually say that Disc Launcher being a pretty bad weapon overall. If you're getting the 8s, I think Disc Launcher's better than Viper. I do. And I don't really see any scenario in which you should need to get Viper, or at least any scenario in which Viper would be the best choice to get in order to like progress to the next tier or something. I don't think so. There's just much better options. What's wrong with Brickhouse's damage boost implant? It's just bugged. It doesn't work. Same thing with Stalker. Overdriver beats Viper by a lot, yes. Okay, so let's see. You do have a defensive build here. A somewhat defensive build here, a bit more passive. This is kind of passive. This is kind of passive. This is kind of passive. You have 0 aggressive builds. Like 0 aggressive builds, which forces you to use one of these aggressively if you need to push a beacon or something. And at that point, yeah, you're basically just using builds. You're using non-aggressive builds aggressively, which just generally doesn't do super well. What kind of dreams are these? The title should be Nightmare Hangar. Okay, but like, I don't know. Myself, personally, I'd rather run a hangar like this than run like a super sweaty meta hangar. To be fair. Also high. I bet this hangar does great at 2k SP. Yeah, no, I'm guessing he's like 3,000, 3,500 maybe. Based on the brick house, I'm gonna probably lean more toward like 3,500. I already know it's a rank 4 Guardian with 2 Stormwreck 10s. Maybe it's a Stormwreck 10 and a 6, but I can basically guarantee that it's a rank 4 Guardian. Like, it's sad to say, but I'm calling it right now, and I'm pretty sure I'm right on the money with that. Otherwise, the rest of these are pretty good. The Zephyrs and the brick house is not great, but the brick house will at least do good when you're at that SP. But yeah. Well, let's try it anyway. Hold on, make sure. Yeah, all the mods are on. You got to brick house at like 5,500. That's crazy. I'm in tier. I just got to tier 6, and I'm only 3,000. I'm less than 3,000 squad power. But I think that's because people spend all their resources upgrading stuff. Bots. Tier 7 took you a minute. Yeah. Wish there was a weapon and mech that both suck individually, but when paired together creates perfect synergy and becomes the most meta build. Okay. Schultz, man. Alright. I mean, long range maps, I'm gonna go with my longest range weapon here. The Orion should do pretty good. If I play this kind of oh, that's is that a rocket mortar parasite? Excuse you. I don't want you linking to anybody. That's... What are you shooting at, buddy? My Onyx friend is, like, actually... He's kind of... He's special. He's special. Stop that. I was kind of hoping that would transfer, but there was nobody really around. It's okay. Wait, oh, I didn't grab this. I thought I did. That's an easy kill. Excuse me? What is that? Oh. A Normad. Really? I am genuinely surprised at how... How am I not killing that Nomad? Okay. Whatever. Like, if you mud's dead, so at least there's that. Okay, bye. Yeah, I mean, I was trying to get in there. I mean, I guess, like, I hate this. This is really bad. He's just freaking chilling, bro. Look at that. I didn't even get the kill either. What is that? Sir? What do you have? That is crazy. Look like a Gemini breakouts also. My man had like a rank 2 Aegis or something. A quantum gun and a pulse cannon. That's crazy. Yeah. That's right, buddy. Oh, God. This poor fella. I have no idea what's going on with this, by the way. You had Hornet. There was 0 chance for you, my guy. Instead of Ember Gun gate crashing. My builds are kind of funny. I don't know what's going on with this guy. I'm gonna have to run a different match, because this is like the weirdest player I've ever run into. It's not true, but he's playing his own Dream Hanger with pulse cannons. Honestly, bro. Yeah, that freaking Nomad that I. Oh no, that was my teammate Nomad. He was popping off though. What in the world is this? 7,500. Yeah. One quantum gun on everything except for one long arm on that. It's a sad day when the build that makes the most sense is a Viper and Quantum Brick House. That has to be a crime, bro. My poor guy. Legendary autocannons? I mean, literally, like, minigun's basically a legendary autocannon. If not minigun, then overdriver. Bots. Probably more difficult to kill the bots than... I mean, it's definitely more difficult to kill the bots. So how much trouble I had with that freaking Nomad, dude. Would not die. I love the uptime that Pulse Cannon has, but it's Pulse Cannon. Yeah. I mean, if there was a Pulse Cannon 12 or 16, I might actually use it, but the fact that there's only an 8. 2v2. Blue Donut 3rd variant. Huh. Cool story, bro. Oh, nice. He's got a Viper Surge. Let's see. The 3rd variant has an Orion with a sniper pilot. It's not really surprising. A 3rd variant. 3rd that. More like turd variant. Freaking got him, bro. Oh, okay. I mean, I did almost get him, but not quite. The problem now is that... There you go. I'm just gonna... Nope. Fine. Alright. What can I do about that? I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna try this. I want to keep this wall here, because he's over there with a sniper, Orion, and he will absolutely kill me. If I allow it, anyway. What is he? Guys. Sir. What is that? Okay, ow. I don't like... Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away, go away, go away, go away. That absolutely will kill me, dude. I think the bots cheat with double damage, too. It seems like they always deal double damage with everything that they have. Really? I don't think that you marked me with that. I think that you're lying to me. He's gonna peek out to try to finish me off. I just need one rocket. Okay, the game kind of wanted to die. I just need one rocket. Yeah, fine. No, I'm dead. That... I have nothing to be aggressive with. I have nothing to be aggressive. I can hope that my builds are capable of holding beacons. It's literally the only thing I can do. What if they're not capable of holding beacons? I literally can't do anything. Because I can't be aggressive with these. Yeah, no, and I die immediately. Oh. Okay, well. We're actually gonna get it. That's crazy. Oh, well. Of course. The bot has a Revoker Parasite. Of course it does. Of course it does. That Orion guy, nah, he's gonna be sitting pretty. He's real proud of himself. Good for the ego. That's ridiculous. This hangar is balls, bro. This hangar is balls. All right. First things first. You really desperately need something to be aggressive with. And I don't mean something that you could potentially, like, maybe move up 30 meters. I mean something you could, like, actually, like, if someone has a beacon and you're spawning at a different beacon, you can move from your beacon to theirs and actually capture it reliably. None of these builds can do that. All of these builds rely on the premise that you're just standing there waiting for them to come to you. All of them. And so I'm gonna get rid of the Guardian because Guardian's garbage. I'll put the Stormwreck on the Aegis. Alternatively, if you're like 3500 SP, Stormwreck on or Podgun on the Aegis is really, really good. But I'll do Radius. So that's gonna make your Aegis better. The Podgun Orion is not bad, but you really don't want any passive builds apart from that, to be honest. This... I'm going to take a guess at what tier you're in. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm gonna... the Redeemer with the Starmax, the Aegis with the pod guns, the Orion with the disc launchers. Disc launcher Orion's like almost just as good as pod gun Orion when you're like lower SP, which I'm assuming you are. And then what else you had? I got a Guardian and a Brick House. Probably not a great idea. Now, if you could get kill shot, that's gonna be ideal. I clearly don't have mine upgraded. I'm just gonna use Nomad, I guess. I know it's significantly better, but like whatever. Deal with it. And then for your last one, let's see. Could you use Brick House? You might want to use Brick House, because these three builds would be very squishy. This one wouldn't, but it'd be pretty passive. This is like a more damage-centered, not too squishy, but also not super thick. You could put the Viper on it, maybe. It's not going to be a great build, but I mean, it's a Brick House. It never was. Yeah. You need at least something to be able to push. You need at least something. If you switched Zephyr to Nomad? Yeah, I mean, you don't say. Vortex or Dreadnought? I think that's kind of up to you. Nobody uses either of them in, like, competitive matches. But I think both of them they're good enough to where you could use them and do okay, but you're not going to see people. They're not the best, right? They're not particularly ideal. Rest in peace, Guardian, bro. That's Storm Aegis, Disc Launcher, Redeemer, Orion Pod, maybe. Yeah, could do that. But my guess is, based on the things that he has, because he doesn't actually have a Nomad. I just put that in place of like a kill shot or something. My guess is he's like 35, maybe 4,000 SP. And he doesn't really have... He definitely doesn't have like the Stormrack reload. In which case, putting Stormrack on an Aegis when you could literally only get one magazine out per ability usage is not super great. As someone who has used Stormrack Aegis and Podgun Aegis on my free-to-play account, Podguns have been doing much better. Like, way better. It's disgustingly strong. And they'd probably do better on Orion for sure. But I feel like Disc Launcher Aegis would be significantly worse than Podgun Aegis. And Disc Launcher Orion is only like marginally worse than Podgun Orion. So I don't think it's a big deal. I think this orientation is slightly more optimal. But yeah, let's see. Let's try it. Frostbite, no. Read the pinned comment, please. All bots. I do want to get Brickhouse on my free-to-play account, though. Be very fun. In fact, actually, like, the only reason I would even get to tier 7 is just to get Brickhouse. At this point, I'm mostly interested in just getting Orion and Panther. And then in terms of credit, I'm probably just going to get some, like, random weapons. Like, I might go back and get Disc Launcher 8, just so I can make some videos about it that are actually in the end game, like, power level. Or not the mid-game power level, I should say. Garbage. Redox versus Brickhouse. I think Redox is slightly better, but it also costs A coins. So, like, at that cost, you could be getting Surgeon Eclipse. You use long armor, Ryan? I've done it. It's not that bad. Game needs more rewards to work toward in a day. Yeah. It actively discourages you from grinding. It just, like, stops giving you rewards after a point. Which is, like, one of my biggest, like, pet peeves with this thing. There's a lot of issues, but, like, one of the things that just, like, personally annoys me the most is the fact that it's just, like, I can't play for 10 hours. Like, if I play for 30 minutes, I get just as much as if I played for, like, 10 hours. Another 2v2. Let's go. Who, me, too. And then Mr. Cheezel. I got you. Now, in this case, I think starting with a passive thing is fine. This passive thing specifically. And the reason's because I can kind of keep myself safe here with the Aegis. And I also have the means to kind of cover this beacon, and the center beacon all at the same time. And I don't need to be aggressive. I can be passive and still cover all those beacons. And being passive is less risky, so obviously, if it's possible to do that, it's probably a better idea. Just gotta be careful and watch out for bad people that might be doing things. Mr. Cheezel, Don't do that. Thank you. What? What happened to me? I just lost all of my HP to nothing. Okay. It was probably Disruptor. Those things are ghostly and magical. Oh no. Alright, so while I deal with this guy, yeah, okay. We did lose that. That's not great. Can I get it back? Maybe. I could probably kill the... Don't. I was not really ready for that. Which is unfortunate. He might even... Yeah, I was gonna say, he might even just dash at him. Yeah, no, I'm gone. Mr. Cheezel. Don't do that. Oh, yeah. Viper Brick House. OP. OP, brother. People are gonna hear that and take it seriously. I swear, everybody's just looking for reasons to get Viper. It's... Don't, guys, don't. Mr. Chisel, don't. Okay. Well, at least he went there and not... excuse. Right. Yeah, see? That's fine. I don't find that to be any less useful than disc launcher, or than podgun, really. I was gonna say, he's gonna respawn somewhere. Does he have a range on that? He might even have a range on that. It's crazy. Stop it. Oof. Thunder outside. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Did he die? His Deathwalker's gone. Thank goodness. We do have the advantage for now. I don't know what my teammate's doing. Oh, he's doing more than me. Fair enough, fair enough. Fair enough, guy. I'll never doubt you again. Get him. Brother. He died. To a Revoker Gatecrasher. That's crazy. Okay, nice. He's gone. He just got seeked. Teammate kind of carrying, but I think it's fine. Nah. Yeah, disc with the so long as you got the hunter's mark, disc launcher still does decent damage. Don't do it. Oh, I can mark him. There we go. You can't. You ain't Nick Clips, buddy. You're still marked. You little piece of crap. Okay, bye-bye. Should have thrown my mark. I still have this. I haven't even needed to use the Nomad. Let's go. Very good. Mr. Cheezel. Alright. How did we win that, though? That's the question. It wasn't me. Oh, that is unfortunate. I might have to run that again. That's kind of unfortunate. You will lose to passive? No. Being passive is only a bad thing if you're not winning on beacons. But we were up on influence pretty much the entire time. So we were fine. I'll run it again though. Mech kill. Okay. That's fine. I'm gonna start with Redeemer. It is less aggro than the Nomad, but that's okay. I think he's going straight up for it. Yeah, that's what I thought. Excuse me? Do you have a cryo launcher, Nomad? It's very interesting. Really? Kind of whatever. Don't do it. Actually, maybe I do want you to do it. Hold on. Yeah, okay. He's over there. I don't want him to... He might die, actually. Might not matter. Oh, no. He's right there. He's not gonna teleport, man. There's no way. Yeah, he's dead. It'd be a freaking suicide mission, bro. Just do this. Oh, no. Venom. Whatever will I do? Die, clearly. No. Buddy. Okay. EM rifle Eclipse. Good. Let's just... That's him, right? Yeah. Hey there. Bye-bye. Let's see. Oh, he still has one more. I was gonna say, I think maybe he might be dead, but no. Not quite. I don't know if it matters, though. Okay, well, I'm dead. Was that on that side? Oh, okay. Fair enough. That's a Zephyr. There's a freaking... There's a Gemini Zephyr. It's ridiculous. Very cool. Yeah. And I mean, I didn't use the Nomad in either of those matches. I didn't really need to. Like, it's... I wasn't being, like, overly aggressive. I don't think that most people should be overly aggressive. I think when people think, like, you know, having an aggressive build, that just means, like, you just spawn it, and then the only thing you do is just, like, you keep sending yourself at the enemies until eventually you die. But... no, it's just something that, like, you can actually push a beacon with. You can push a beacon with a Redeemer. It's not the most effective. The reason I started with Redeemer is so that I could actually have the more effective one back be a backup. But yeah, no, I mean, like, if I was only stuck with, like, really passive stuff, I wouldn't be able to do that. I'd only be able to, like, try to hold on to a beacon and then just yeah, try to make it the best that I can with that. And that's, like, no, it's not good. It's not effective. How to improve this hangar for 2v2? This one? For 2v2? I'd probably keep mostly the same stuff, to be honest. Something aggressive that can cover, like, a really short distance in a short amount of time. You should probably put the revokers on that. You could maybe the Zephyr would do better than Brickhouse in that case. I mean, probably, I guess. And then maybe you could put the Viper on Zephyr, though that's not gonna do well. But this build is probably not gonna do very well either. The Stormwreck Redeemer I think is really good. Pod guns and disc launchers are both decent. Orion and Aegis again. If it's like, assuming this is like 3,000 to 4,000 SP, which is what I'm guessing his hangar is currently at. I think that Pod Aegis is much better than Disc Launcher Aegis, so I would probably keep it like, yeah, maybe I'd change the Brickhouse for Zephyr, but that's about it. Your highest viewed stream got 211 views. Let's go. Better hope nobody else watches it. I'm not going to. Wouldn't want to ruin it to 11. Alright, yeah. Nah, we'll leave it at that. We'll leave it at that. The most important thing was just to get rid of some of the extra... Like, you had a couple... The Guardian and the Zephyr. You had a couple extra, like, passive builds that you really don't want. You need something that's at least going to be kind of fast. Like, Redeemer is maybe not the most aggressive, but at least it's fast. And it's able to cover ground when you need it to. And that is very important. That's something that your hangar literally was not capable of until I changed it. So let's go to the next one. Let's see. Let me reload this. Keyword. Include replies. No. 35. Okay. Isaac Zimmerman. Did I not do his hangar? I think maybe I did this guy's hangar at one point, but that's fine. Revoker Surge, Stormwreck Deathwalker, Minigun Eclipse, Ember or Revoker Vortex, Gemini Lacewing. Okay. I can think of a couple things I'd do differently with this. So... let's start with... excuse me. No, I probably want legendary duration. Here we go. Surge, Stormwreck Deathwalker. I mean, these are some of these are pretty classic builds. I would get rid of radius in favor of duration. Sure. Minigun Eclipse, another classic. Get rid of this again in favor of duration. Can I upgrade this? Yeah, we do. Been using a lot of duration implants. And I'll also change you to... I like this one. Vortex with Ember Gun. Or Revoker. We'll just put Ember Gun. He probably means like one Ember and one Revoker, but whatever. Yeah, damage duration. Well, cooldown's probably better than damage because they kind of nerfed the damage. Well, they didn't nerf it, but apparently it was a bug, which is sort of sad. And then Lace Wing with Gemini. Lace Wing is here. With Gemini. Cooldown, jump distance, both weapons. Very good. Yeah. Okay. So, right off the bat, Close Quarters Vortex is extremely bad in everything in CPC and 5v5. It's probably it's okay in 2v2, and it's probably okay in free for all. But if you're playing CPC, I would not use a Close Quarters Vortex. These three are really strong. I wouldn't really change those. This is clearly just like a fun build, so I probably don't really need to change that much either. It's mostly just, yeah, the range on Vortex. But let's see. It's pretty close. I mean, it's basically like, I keep going back to like this. These four mechs are these four builds are basically must-have, and then this last one's just kind of whatever you want. He has these three, and then he has a Lace Wing instead of Storm Mech. It has Gemini, and then this last one's just a Vortex, Close Quarters Vortex. So, like, overall, it is pretty good, but it could definitely stand to be better. Just got back here for a couple of tournament games. You love the Craniard map. Very cool. I don't like any 5v5 maps. It is hot in here, bro. Luki. Okay. I mean, it's just a Lace Wing map. And by that, I mean there's a spot up at the top where you can literally just abuse this mech. And if you have a Lace Wing and you don't do that, then it's kind of your own fault. I don't want to get stuck by the hemlock, but I might. Pew, 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 pew. Bye-bye. I want to have the least amount of exposure as possible. No, not really. He does have a Panther, which is unfortunate. Wonder if I can like loop around and get him. Oh, would have been hilarious. Yeah, see the problem is he does have a Panther, and that's like actually extremely strong. I can sort of hit him from, especially if I loop it all the way around like that. I can sort of get him. Just like curve it all the way around. Maybe I can do some damage. I mean, I did some damage, but not a lot. He's winning a bit on influence, which isn't great. He's got 3 kills, same as me. What weapons does he have, by the way? Actually, I don't even know. Let's see. Can I kill him with that? Yeah, there we go. Fellas, I need you to step up your game, okay? Nah, I think I'm cooked. My bot's just dying over and over. Maybe I should have been aggressive with something else. Boy, it's only 2-8 now. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, I had the same number of kills as him. It's just that his bots were killing mine because they had the Panther Wall and stuff. It's definitely the downside of using a build like this on your Lacewing. Like one of my clanmates really likes Strike Rocket Lacewing. It's not good, and the reason it's not good is because Lacewing is strong strictly because of maps like that. Maps like that are what make it strong. It's like a literal cheat code, but you do need a good weapon on it. Because if you don't have a good weapon in order to actually take advantage of those map placements, you're not going to get good results. Gemini Lacewing is something you thought about. It seems to work well. Well, I disagree. Any weapon that you can fire from cover, I don't know why you'd bother using it on a Lacewing. Spinoza. Alright. Let's start with the Vortex. I'll start with the Vortex because it's an aggro it's kind of like an aggro build, but it's not very good. It's like undeniably the worst aggro build that I have. So I may as well use it as basically the guinea pig to just kind of see what's going on with the match. I'm interested in what's going on here. Okay. Really? Brother. This is ridiculous. These bastards are so stupid, bro. They don't do damage. It's so sad. Where is he? Okay, he's back there. I should get my ability back before he does. 2, 1. Yeah. Oh, wow. His ability cooldown is freaking short, dude. He has fragment guns. 12s, actually. And it wasn't even 14s, so I don't think his thing was maxed. I might be cooked here. Those do a stupid amount of damage, yeah. Okay, I don't want that. Dang it, bro. Bastions are really annoying. Oh, okay, here we go. Carbine, very cool. Bastion is a mech that, like, I'm tempted to upgrade the mods on it. Because in theory, it's something that would do really well against a lot of the meta stuff. It just, I see nobody uses it, and it doesn't seem to do very good, so. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, okay. A little bit of laggy there. He's got what? You got what, sir? A single RPG juggernaut? My man has made decisions. Just trying to tank, probably. Let's see. The problem with dashing in right now is that the bots have actual insane reaction time and absolutely will daze me. And he's just doing donuts back there because he knows that I'm here, which is really annoying. I didn't want to go off the edge. I almost went off the edge. Buddy. Stop being stupid and useless. Get that gate crusher. Or not. Just gets domed. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. I kind of want Bastion, but it's not good enough to be meta and not bad enough to be funny. That's a nice way of putting it. Because I don't use it very often. The only times I use it are basically almost exclusively, like, not with funny stuff. I almost exclusively use it with stuff that's actually, like, kind of good, because I feel like it's almost good enough to be like a legit mech, but it's just not. How is that his top mech, dude? I mean, I guess that's what you get for trying to tank. I don't know. I don't know what's going on, buddy. It's ridiculous. I can't use that match, bro. I gotta have a legit one. Your Bastion does very well one-on-one. Sure, but there's better ones. It seems okay in 2v2. Yeah. I guess that's kind of true. I think it's mostly the cooldown. The cooldown's like really long. It's your favorite in mid game against 5-star search or clips. Yeah, but like the meta in mid game is not the same as the meta like end game. So when I say meta, I don't mean like, oh, I wish my Bastion was good at rank 4 against freaking 3 KSP enemies. Like, no, my Bastion's clearly maxed out, and I would like it to be good against other maxed out stuff. So, rest in peace, win rate. I stopped caring a long time ago. I've seen a lot of people with a lot of worse, with way worse win rate. I'm not gonna lie. I think my win rate's actually still above 85. I'm pretty sure. Let's see. 23. Yeah. 23,407 divided by 26,921. 86.9. Very nice. I got myself to a 90% win rate at one point, and then I just like, yeah, okay. I achieved it. I'm okay now. I don't care anymore. Dang it, bro. Bleh. Okay, fine. Bastion Fuse like Mimicker, not particularly good at anything, just a fun mech. I mean, yeah, no, that makes sense. But it's just like a Bastion specifically, like Mimicker's like, it makes sense why Mimicker isn't good, right? But Bastion really, it really feels like it should be strong, right? Like, against a Nomad, it's GG. The Bastion kills a Nomad pretty easily, I would say. against a Surge has 1 second more EMP on you than you do, but even still, that's 1 second. You got a bit more HP, so you should be able to still kill a Surge if they rush you. And in Eclipse is the same deal. You're not going to EMP it with the shield, but you'll do a little bit of damage, and then just like, you know, you have the same DPS. A Bastion and Bastion Eclipse have the same damage output, but Bastion clearly has way more HP. So like on paper, Bastion would win every single one of those encounters. But it just like it which you would think would make it like absolutely incredible. But instead it's just terrible. It's just really bad. And it's sort of like, maybe it's just the speed. Like, it could even just be like mostly the speed. I don't know. Because like all the good tanks are faster. But yeah, I don't know. Like that's why the Bastion situation is just like very like it's more notable to me. Did it increase Bastion EMP time? Oh, I absolutely agree. There is no reason that Surge should have like the third shortest cooldown in the game and also have the longest EMP time. No reason whatsoever. Any smart player will have duration on Surge, so that's why it doesn't work out. I guess, maybe. Even a maxed duration implant only gets you like an extra second. So like how much damage could you do in 2 seconds? And would that be enough to... Like, would that be enough to counteract the damage that the Bastion will then deal to you? Because Bastion has a lot more HP. I don't know. But like my Bastion is not very heavily modded. What I'm mostly thinking about is like, you know, two things catch my attention with it. Like first off, my Bastion's not super heavily modded, and I don't really see anybody using heavily modded Bastions. But if it was, like how much better could it be if it was heavily modded? And number two, when I fight Bastion bots especially, it is a nightmare to deal with them. And so you'd think to some degree they would at least be moderately effective. But I don't know. Maybe Bastion's only good if there's like multiple of them in the same place. Because the bots will have multiple, but like players won't. With Revokers, yeah, that's enough. I mean, I wouldn't really be surprised, but I just think like it would at least be closer. Like, yeah, a Surge could probably counter a Bastion, but an Eclipse couldn't. A Nomad couldn't. These are all bots. I don't know what I'm doing. Fell asleep for a bit and thought you'd be done. I might be done kinda soon. This will probably be the last hangar that I do. Luki. Alright, let's go, brother. Sure. We can start with this. My other thought was starting with the Deathwalker. And just sending it down into the middle. I'll die, I'll get sent back, and, you know, I'll be John. Let's see. These Bastions, dude. They're so like they're so insistent. They're so insistent. They're always like up in your face, but like they don't do anything, dude. They don't do any damage. Buddy, you don't do damage. Have you considered dealing damage of some kind? Like, it is incredible. It is incredible how nothing of damage they do. Oh, I'm dead. It was. You could tell he was ready. He was like, "Oh no, please." I'll do Deathwalker here. Because you want a good spot to be able to respawn. Obviously, I wouldn't want to respawn in the middle at this thing. I mean, like, I might if I had like a full team of other people who are capable of doing at least moderately smart things. But these guys, hell no. Bye-bye. That Gemini just, like, flying into the atmosphere. Gemini is so goofy, dude. It's so goofy. Now I got it white at least. Oh, nice. The bot's taking it. Let's go. This stupid claw thing's like messing up my camera. Yeah. As long as we have the middle, there's kind of no reason to... Yeah, I'll just get some back. I don't care. Alright with that. I got you. Yo, my game had a freaking stroke, dude. Yeah, okay, he's done, he's done. We're winning on influence, but not on beacons at the moment. But we will. He has 7, and he hasn't even died yet. Which is irritating. However, I'm just gonna wait here for my ability. Trevor, kinda resetting. No. No. Okay. Don't. Are you kidding me? Wow, I almost died. Okay, he's still over there. We grabbed his back beacon. Yeah, that's fine. I'd rather... Okay. He's been in that build literally the entire match, bro. Bye-bye. Now it's just a 5v1. Except the match is over, so it doesn't matter. That's crazy. He got a lot of kills with that. But, I mean, like, he was just trying to farm bots as if that was a substitute for actually grabbing beacons. That's the thing with minigun Eclipse is like, yeah, yes, it's really, really good, but, you know... It's not super aggressive. You kind of need beacons to win too. If you're running Revokers on Surge, you don't need weapon implants. Run 4 ability implants. What 4 ability implants would you use? Cooldown, duration, distance, sure. Using ability radius is literally just you're trying to be special, but you're actually just making it worse on yourself. Like if you're a pro gamer, end game meta advice is use surge ability radius. I'm gonna have to hard pass on that. Hard pass. That's how you play It's not Sebastian, it's Bastion, bro. Get your autocorrect in line, bro. That's how you play Bastion with Revoker. Revoker. I used Revoker Bastion last stream, I think. Yeah. And it did actually kind of decent. Like, I've almost always run Bastion with, like, sort of range, just because it's really slow. So, like, minigun, maybe Graviton. or Stormrack. But, no, Revoker Bastion wasn't bad. Funny how the bots use like 1 of 4 builds. I know. And they all start with the same one too. It's like you get like 3 freaking Blast RPG Bastions right at the start of the match. I could barely get past them. You're not a pro gamer, just an idea. I know. I'm not actually trying to diss you. I'm just saying, like, I'm more or less guessing that you didn't really think about what the 4th implant was going to be. But yeah, no, the reason, like, this is the best Revoker build that you can make, in my opinion. Not everyone's going to use the exact same thing, but this, in my opinion, this is the best one that you can do. Damage is pretty obvious. I mean, like, dealing the most amount of damage is just kind of what the Surge is there for. Where the Revokers, especially. The dash distance helps you cover ground a lot. The cooldown is obvious. The duration keeps people EMP'd for longer. Like, there's not really anything else that you could put on there that would be a legitimate substitute for raw damage. Because if you are just, like, wailing on somebody, then, like, I mean, like, let's say it's, like, a Surge versus an Eclipse, or even a Surge versus a Surge, they both EMP each other, both of their abilities run out, and then it's just both of you just, like, hammering each other. At that point, it is down to just who deals more damage. That's who wins. It's just down to whoever deals more damage. So, I mean, like, damage is incredibly important for this build. It's not like you can just get rid of it in favor of utility. It is a brawler, you know? Can you run some bot builds? I might do that for a video at some point, but not this stream, no. Revoker Ember a legit hybrid, or is it cope? That's a great question. I love the way that you worded that. I made a video comparing Revoker to Ember Gun. When Revoker became free-to-play, obviously everybody's question was, should I get Revoker? How much better is it than Ember Gun? I compared Revoker 12s to Ember Gun 12s, but then I also did an additional comparison of double 10s, which surprisingly is actually better than well, I did 3 other variants. So I did double 10s, I did a 16 and 8, and I also did a 16 plus Ember 8. The 16 and Ember 8, I think, did the worst. The double 10s did... I don't remember exactly what the results... I don't remember exactly what the test results were, but, like, in general, double 10s are better than a 16 and 8 combo, even though you're not filling your full 24 energy capacity. And the reason is because a single Revoker 8, like, it's all about like perimeter multi-layer shield, like shield destruction time, essentially. Especially when it's like players versus players. You really just need to make sure that you're getting through the perimeter multi-layer as fast as possible. And the Revoker 8 can't really do it. It relies on the 16 in order to get through most of the layers. Or at least it gets through it slower. The 10s are capable of getting through basically every... Like, a single Revoker 10 is capable of getting through basically every mod shield just as quickly as a 12 can. And so even though it deals less damage to, like, raw HP, and it'll take longer to kill things with raw HP, it takes down the perimeter multi-layer faster. And so in my opinion, it is better than a 16 and 8. But then, yeah, the Ember Revoker hybrid is basically just cope. I mean, it made sense before Revoker was free to play, because, like, obviously it costs a, like, not everybody had Revoker. Your video showed different. The 16.8 took out perimeter multilayer faster than double tens. I recall, I think it was you who left a comment. And I did respond to it, but I don't remember I don't remember exactly, because that sounded kind of familiar, and that's why I was like, I don't remember exactly what the results were. I think it might have been because in the test I was using low HP. I was using low HP mechs actually with epic pilots and not legendary pilots, so the shields were not as strong as they normally would be. Where is it? Here we go. Let's go top. It's probably close to the top. Let me see. Okay, yeah, no, I did respond. Now my response was basically just against those specific enemies. It'll the 16, like the 8 is capable of taking it down. I think they took down the shield at the same rate, but the 16 and 8 killed the mech faster because I had more base damage in those, and as a result was able to take down the HP faster. But the double tens took down the shield at the same rate. It's basically, it's based on... It's based on, like, how effective the single Revoker 8 is. The single Revoker 8 is, like, it's the end point. That determines, like, what that is capable of taking down in terms of multi-layered shields. Determines whether or not it's going to be stronger than 10s. I don't know for fact whether or not the legendary scouts with legendary pilots, because again, I was testing them with epic pilots. I don't know for fact if the legendary scouts with legendary pilots would be different, but I definitely know that anything like even marginally beefier than these would make the 16 and 8 significantly worse. The 16-8 took out the perimeter multilayer specifically faster than 10s. Well, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Absolutely. Hold on. It's an interesting topic. Let's see. All right, here we go. We should be able to watch this here. All right. I mean, it's not like perfectly in frame, but whatever. I don't care that much. Let's skip to other Revoker builds. Here we go. Okay. First off, double tens in the middle, 16, 8 on the left, 16 Ember 8 on the right. So here's 5 meters. This is just raw HP. Weak raw HP. So obviously 16-8 does better. This is just strong raw HP. Obviously 16-8 does better. Both the 16-8s do better. This is galvanical. Obviously it's based on raw HP, so yeah, the 16-8 is going to do better. Here's the perimeter multi-layer. Okay, hold on. Let's see. I don't know if you guys can hear the rain, but yeah. They both, I mean, you see the same damage numbers, which is interesting. Clearly this one's shields, clearly this one's missing more shields than this one is. So I wonder what's happening with that. Let's go back to this. Let's see. So 150,000 in 9 layers. That's the total HP, by the way. That's not per layer. 150,291 divided by 9. 16,699 per layer. So, well, that's with a legendary pilot, to be fair. That's probably fine. We can. I mean, the main question is whether or not it's effective, like practically. Let's say a maxed 10. Damage per shot, 10,000. Okay. So it's not going to take down a single layer unless it is on the returning shot. In that, the maximum HP for a layer is like 17-ish thousand. This is only dealing 10,000. It can take down a layer on the return shot, and obviously when both of them when both of them hit the front at the same time, then that's also 10,000. So they take one layer on the way in, 2 layers on the way out. That's 3 per cycle. And then the 16, I would imagine, could take out 1 layer both directions, right? Let's check, just to make sure. Actually, no. Hold on. I'm stupid. I was looking at that in an isolated incident. This is double, because like if you with a pilot and implant, this is doubled. So this isn't hindered whatsoever. You take 1 layer going in and you take 1 layer going out, which is the maximum amount of layers you could be taking. Because this is 10,000, but this is 10,000 going in, but with a pilot that'd be 20,000. Which is more than the shield HP with Legendary Pilot. The 16 obviously can also do that, because it's just the same thing, but stronger. The 8 deals 16,500, which is 199 damage less than what is required to take down a layer going in. So it would require 2 points of entry to take down the. So like, if it was an 8, let's say, or if it was like double 8s, it would require 2 of them. But it was like a single 8 that it only takes out 1 layer, and that's on the way back. But the 16 takes out 1 layer just regardless. So theoretically, a full cycle of Revoker 10s should do 4 layers. Double Revoker 10s, I should say. And a full cycle of Revoker 16 and 8 should only take out 3. But only barely. Only barely, and that's with a legendary pilot. So it makes sense that the 10 was not specifically that the 10 was not outperforming. It makes sense that the 16-8 was able to was not falling behind with an epic pilot, because you'd get less shield HP. What doesn't make sense is why it's killing his shields faster. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Hold on. It counts the damage numbers from 16-8, same as double 12. I noticed that too. No, actually, I think that the damage number that you see is just the damage to the shield. Or, no, yeah, you're right. That is weird. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, no, with a legendary pilot anyway, or just anything with more HP, mathematically, 16-8 should be weaker. Like, actually kind of significantly weaker. It should take 25% longer. To take down the shield. So frankly, I don't know why we're seeing, like, in the video, obviously it doesn't show that, but frankly, I couldn't tell you why. I don't know why. It's raining in Australia as well. Okay, hold on. How loud is that? Oh, that is pretty loud. Yeah. To be fair, I do have my window open, but I kind of want to keep it open. It is, like, miserably hot. I need fresh air, otherwise I'll freaking die. But yeah. I don't know. It's an interesting observation. Theoretically, 10s should do better. I've heard from people that 10s do better in practice. But I don't really know. I don't really know what's up with that. It might be something about Revoker against multi-layered shields that I just don't know about. Do you think SP dropping is pretty unskillful? Yeah. I mean, it's a pretty good indicator that you got massive skill issue. It's been raining all week. That's unfortunate. RPG Orion? Nah. Alright, well. It is, it's getting pretty aggressive. So I will probably stop the stream here. If there's anything that anybody wants to say or ask or whatever before I go, you know, speak now or forever hold your peace. Specifically talking to Error, if there's some other thought, if there's some thought that you have about why, for whatever reason, the 16-8 is outperforming the 10, even though, like, theoretically, I mean, even if you just think logically about it, like, if you just think purely in obscurity, the 10, if it were to underperform in some way, enough to where, let's say, a single 10 couldn't take out 2 layers per cycle, the 8 would also suffer the same fate. It would suffer it to a larger extent, but let's say, for the sake of argument, that the 10s can only take out one layer per cycle on their own, but they can take out 3 paired together. The 16-8 would, at very best, match that because of the 8 being the limiting factor. So, frankly, I am confused. I'm confused as to why that is the case. I might try it against. I'll probably try a similar test. If my findings are what I expect to find, and then it's just like a weird one-off thing, because it wasn't the test server has random bugs sometimes. If it was just like a weird one-off thing, then I'm not gonna bother like making a video about it. But yeah, I'll probably test it against like some beefier mechs with perimeter multilayer, and see what happens with that. Because, like, that is strange. It shouldn't happen, right? You want to talk to you later? Alright. Are you going to do another stream like this in the future? Maybe. Damn, bro. What if Revoker gets a nerf? I don't think it will. The main issue with streams like this, and now that I say it, I'm recalling that I had the same issue when I was trying to stream it for members, which is the first thing I did. The main issue with streams like this is that it requires that I run into a player. Normally, if I'm just sitting down recording, I can do whatever, you know, like if it's, you know, if it takes an extra bit of time to get a player, then whatever. If nobody's online, I could just log off and try again some other time. But if it's a stream, then it's like I'm already kind of committing to being here, so I just have to keep playing until I find people, which is annoying. And I have to try to make sure that's at least moderately interesting for people. Please do some live customs. Maybe, but the problem is that nobody ever follows the rules. Like, literally not a single... I think the last time I did custom matches on stream, I don't think there was a single match where everybody followed the rules. Which is just super frustrating for me. So, yeah, I just kind of didn't bother. Cookie, take care. Will you continue the Almost Meta series? I think so. I kind of want to. To be honest, there's a lot of things that, like, there's a lot of video series that I like started, and then I kind of forgot about because I'm focusing on like other stuff. Like, for example, I sort of forgot about Dream Hangars for a little bit, and that's why I didn't have one on Sunday. Because usually I upload one every Sunday. But yeah, that's why I didn't have one on Sunday, because I kind of forgot about them. I've been focusing my attention on, well, there was the recent like Surge versus Eclipse. I've been working on the updated free-to-play Gear Hub guide. I've been working on a few other one-off video ideas, just kind of in the background. Usually working on a couple things. I don't know. Part of me wants to make like a content schedule, you know, where it's like, you know, every Sunday there's Dream Hangars, maybe every so often, like there's some days where I just kind of upload whatever. Thursday and Friday would probably be days that I just upload whatever, because like if there's something new, then I'll usually just upload about that. It is aggressive outside. But, an updated Gear Hub guide would feed generations, I know. The problem is that, like, I have to make it in such a way... I'm not gonna bother explaining it, but I got some specific ideas. To kind of be able to keep it up to date without having to make a new one literally every time something new comes out for free to play, without having to make a new one every time that happens. But yeah, part of me wants to make like a sort of like a regular content schedule, but I don't know how much I could really keep up with that, to be honest. Is there any mech or weapons test you'd like to run it off curiosity? Huh? Is there any mech or weapons test you'd like to run it off curiosity? know if you're talking to somebody else. Unless you mean out of curiosity. That would make a little bit more sense, I guess. There's a couple comparisons that I'm thinking about in terms of like full-blown mecha weapon tests where like, you know, like I spend time just like breaking stuff. I have some ideas, but I don't know if it's like necessarily worth spending my time on it, to be honest. Run the most American build in the game. If I will... Look tool cool. If I wasn't just about to stop the stream, I would time you out, bro. What kind of statement is that? What's the most kills you got in one match? Like maybe 46, 48. I know a lot of people have gotten 50. I don't play free-for-all very often. A lot of people's record is for damage and for kills are going to be on free-for-all, especially if you're tanking. But nah, I think I got like maybe 46 or something like that in 5v5 one time. But I've never been one to like go straight for like strictly for kills anyway. For the giveaway video, could we spam to boost the video? I mean, if you spam it too much, then YouTube's just gonna remove it. It's gonna remove all your comments because it thinks that you're spamming. Would it boost your chances of winning? No, because the bot automatically, like, it automatically filters out duplicate IDs. And I also manually go through and remove any duplicates from, like, Discord and YouTube combined. Would it boost the engagement of the video on YouTube? Maybe. To be completely fair, though, I haven't even made a thumbnail for that video, dude. I moved on to something else and I completely forgot about it, and then it's just like, yeah, whatever. Like, it's been like that for days now, so I kind of just can't be bothered. You did a bet where I bet my brother that I can get you to time me out. I mean, it's easy. I'll just ban you instead. It's completely different. You need 100 more A coins to get Dome Boy of Doom. Very cool. That shouldn't take too long. But anyway, yeah. That's just kind of that's what's going. What else is going on? What else is going on? I don't think anything. I had some random stream ideas. I that I actually thought were kind of good. So, there may or may not be, like, a more specific stream at some point within the next week or so. I'll probably put that together. Do you still talk to Sentry? Yeah. We play Warbots Frontiers together sometimes. You can watch anything, to be honest. That's crazy. But yeah, I mean, I know some people, and I appreciate there's actually quite a few people. Probably a lot of people that are here, but quite a few people who like regularly comment on my stuff. A lot of them would watch like pretty much anything that I upload. But at the end of the day, like I kind of do have to make sure that anything that I'm spending time on is like actually worth spending time on. Because if basically nobody's gonna watch it, then like I'm not like, why would I even bother? What's the most controversial weapon at the moment? Probably Viper. I don't know why everybody thinks it's so good. It's not. Mostly free-to-play players. In your opinion, what is your best video or stream? My best video has got to be like one of my challenge ones that I spent a lot of time editing. My best stream. I don't know. Let me see. I've streamed a lot of times. So like off the top of my head, I couldn't really tell you. There's some really nice moments in a lot of streams, but then frankly I don't remember which stream they're in, and I also just like forget about what happened like 30 minutes later. What's your favorite content to create? I just like challenge stuff. But those are the ones, those get the least amount of views always. So like I can't, like there was a period of time, like it was kind of recent. There was a period of time where I uploaded a lot of different like challenge related videos. And some of them did okay, but most of them didn't break like 4,000 views. Which is like, it's not the worst, but yeah. Like at this point for me, anything less than 3,000 is pretty bad. So like, okay, here's one. I could probably just like, why is it not? Bro, what? How do I get the thing to like pop out? Okay. Here we go. Let me make sure I'm like all the way at the end if like I'm not. Yeah, where is it? It's like there was this one. There was this one. There was this one. My stream is like a solid. That's pretty far behind, to be honest. Wow, whatever. There's this one, and then further back, there's like this. There was this one. Yeah, it's just like there was a period of time where it was like a lot of clan war type things. There was a lot of us around the gear up, guys, like 40k. It's nice. It's one of my better ones. In fact, it might be in the top 3 now. I'll have to check. This evolution one actually did pretty darn good. Like almost 8. I don't know why I didn't go back to that, but yeah, no, I didn't. Anyway, yeah, like, there's like a period of time. This is like what, January, February. From like, yeah, January, February, like 2-month time span. quite a few of my videos were challenge related. So, now, let me see. What's this? No. Oh yeah, it's in the top 3 now. It's golden. Oh, it's gonna make to top 2 very quickly, actually. I don't know why this one got so many, but it did. It was years ago, 2021. It was like one of the first videos I made. This one, dude. It's literally just it's a plasma cannon cheetah. And it 23,000 views. I don't know, dude. What's kind of unfortunate is that actually that happened before I was monetized, so I didn't get the money from that, which is sort of annoying. But you know, this tier list did really well. This random challenge did like stupidly well. It's the only challenge that's actually done that good. Like I'm trying, like I can just keep scrolling down, try to see like what was the last. This how to build your hangar. Well, that was pretty good actually. Yeah. I need to make more guide type videos. I know guide type videos, like especially good in-depth ones, do pretty well pretty often. That's actually part of the reason I did the search versus Eclipse ones, because I know it's gonna do well. It's one of those topics that it's like everybody asks it, and I know it's a video that's gonna do well. But it was just not really a video that I really wanted to make. Anyway. This Dream Hangars episode 10 from forever ago. When was the last? Oh yeah, the best weapons for this is like one of my. This was right around the time when I first started my almost meta series. The challenge videos actually did pretty good. But yeah, that was back then. I feel like the game was just more generally popular back then. Now the only thing that anybody cares about is just like how to get free A-coins. What are the latest promo codes? How do I make sure that I win every single battle with absolutely no losses and freaking hack the game? I don't know, whatever. But like, yeah. Basically what I'm trying to say is like, you know, I feel like those topics have, they've had their times. Like you might look at it, you might think like, oh, that's crazy that got a lot of views. You could do that again, but I don't think so. I don't think so. But yeah, this one's at 1800 already, so that's nice. I don't know if that's good or not. Let me check. Haha, you don't get to see how much money I make. Let's see. Oh, that's good. I was pretty sure I had a good handle on the retention on this video, so I was like, okay, yeah, no, this one should be all right. No, it's not gonna. Well, I guess it's right here. Typical is like 1500, but it has like 2000. Yeah, that's weird. Anyway, that was random. Tangent. That one was a little bit funnier than your birthday stream, as in your first wheel spin stream. I don't remember. Well, oh, that's right. That was like the Nuzlocke. Yeah, that one was the one where it's like, once the thing died, then it was just GG and I couldn't use it again. That was fun. I actually did that, like, I used that stream idea twice. And, I sort of planned on making a video, like, editing one of them into a video, but I kind of never ended up doing it. I probably should have. But it's too late now. So. Dash radius, Gemini damage, Hornet. I have. Wait. Oh, I could get Hornerilla, bro. Look at that. And look, you might say that this is a really bad decision. Because I just spent 3,100 acorns on Hornet Reload. But I want to draw your attention to this number right here. It was meant to be. You can't argue with it. Show us the money. Nah. My money's actually kind of, it's actually pretty far down right now. Like, at this point in the month, I'm making quite a bit less than I made last month. Could you do that type of stream again? Yeah, I probably would. I just don't want to, like, oversaturate it, you know? Like, I don't want to do it too many times too close together. Dragonite, hi. You can do the old wheels and random mechs with random weapons. I might. I think what people really want to see, and I kind of wish I could do it, but what people really want to see is they want to see, like, the absolute... They want to see the absolution of absurdity, right? They want to see the pinnacle, right? They don't want to see, like, oh, there's this mech freaking brick house with this really bad weapon, Hellfire, or with Carbine, which they're bad weapons. And to anybody who actually knows the game or, like, plays the game enough, like, or anyone who's been playing for a while, they know that, like, those are really bad weapons. But, like, what most people really want to see is, like, brick house with autocannon, or, like, something that's, like, actually just, like, the most, like I said, like, the absolution of absurdity. Because in a lot of people's mind, it's just like, oh, it's, you know, it's a legendary mech with a legendary weapon. Like, obviously, it's not that bad. So, yeah, but I kind of can't do that because, like, using, like, a common weapon lowers my SP by so freaking much, dude. You and Scape should 1v1? That's crazy. Scape doesn't even upload videos anymore. You just joined the stream? Welcome. I was planning on stopping, but, you know, I just kind of going on tangents right now. It's midnight for you. What time is it? 1 in the morning. For you, it's 7 a.m. Yeesh. You want to see Seeker with rocket mortars? I mean, sure, but again, it's like, and maybe that would happen if I was just spinning a random wheel and getting random stuff. But my point is, like, when it comes to, especially when it comes to, like, the spinning the wheel thing, and you're getting really weird stuff, I think people, what people would really like to see, and I know this, I know this for a fact. What people really would want to see in a video or a stream like that, what they would want to see something that's, like, actually crazy, where it's just, you know, like I said, like, freaking brick house with autocannon, as opposed to, you know, brick house with just, like, Carbine or some other weapon that's still bad, but, like, most people, I think, don't grasp how bad it is. Well, because most people are in, like, the, like, 3,000 to 4,000 squad power range, maybe even less. And so to a lot of people, you know, a legendary weapon is a legendary weapon. Even particle beam is good in their mind, just because it's, like, it's legendary, clearly. So I think a lot of people, yeah, they kind of just don't grasp it. But they can grasp that, and I think that's part of the reason that that one challenge video did really well. The one with the noob mechs with OP weapons, because everybody knows the Paragon and Lancer are bad, you know, along with, like, Puma and Juggernaut, whatever. Like, everybody knows that those are bad. Anyone who's been playing for any longer than, like, 2 weeks knows that those are bad. You want to buy Aegis, but you can't have A-coins. What do you mean? As in you're not allowed? You're just straight up not allowed to have A-coins. That's crazy. Nobody's giving you A-coins. Sorry, stop. Remember when you got Revoker Arachnos? Oh, yeah. That was good. That was good. And it was fun too. But yeah, like I said, I could have maybe made it into a video, but it's too late now. You can't demand acorns. I mean, you could certainly try. You're going to bed? Alright, fair enough, fair enough. I always just get distracted and start just like talking about other stuff. I'm not really in any rush to end this stream, especially since it kind of seems like the rain is slowing down, but I probably should. Why don't you play competitive anymore? I mean, there's a few reasons for it. For one thing, the like competitive endgame community has never really gotten along too well with me or my clanmates. Things usually end up escalating to some degree. Every so often, there's always some drama related to that, and that's kind of annoying. And it's like, whatever, dude. But and obviously it doesn't apply to like every late game person, but it's like it's enough of them. It's enough of them to where it comes up sort of regularly. But also, to be honest, like most of the reason I haven't played competitively was just because Sentry wanted to. I was never really somebody who wanted to play competitively. In fact, I was perfectly okay just like never. I was perfectly okay just never being like even remotely competitive player. I was perfectly okay with that. After the first like couple tournaments, though, I'm not gonna lie, I did kind of enjoy it. I really like the teamwork aspect. But yeah, Sentry's like one of our, you know, he was one of our like heavy hitters. Without him, we'd be significantly weaker just in general, but also like, you know, Nihilus is another one of our heavy hitters. He's very busy lately. And there's been a couple like tournaments that people have hosted, but I think they're all like 2v2 tournaments, and those are kind of lame. I've played a 2v2 tournament before, and I don't plan on doing one again. It was not. I didn't have a lot of fun with that. But I mean, if there's like a CPC based one, or maybe all 3 like game modes, like the Mech Arena Anniversary Tournament or something like that, wouldn't be too bad. I don't want to make promises. Obviously, I don't want to make promises because I have no idea what's going to happen. But I can be fairly confident that when the next Mech Arena Anniversary Tournament comes about, which is like, I don't know, it's not gonna be for another like 6 months or something, I think. So it's not for a while, but when the next anniversary tournament comes up, I will most likely participate. So at least there's that. It should allow Chungus to pick up scout mechs and chuck them at enemy mechs. I was reading that, and I thought where you were going with it is that you're gonna say that you should be able to just pick them up and eat them. I could get behind either one, really. What about World League? It's another one. It's another one where there's drama attached to that. Yeah. I don't want to get into details. And I don't want to be like... And I'm not saying that in the sense that like I'm saying, oh, you know, oh, I think the tournament's bad and I don't think that anybody should enter. And that's why I try my best not to like talk about whatever random drama that I might be in at any time, because it's like I don't want to pull people into it, or like indirectly encourage people to like not participate in certain tournaments just because like something's going on with my team or my clan or even just me personally. You're going to bed? Okay, bye-bye. Have a good night. Stormwrecker or Evoker for free to play? I mean, both. If, you know. I'll probably make a video on that, to be honest. My favorite video, Revoker Arachnos, as it should be. Wait, was that a video? Did I use it? I used that in a stream. Did I use that in a video? I know it was that one video where I used like only stuff that cost credits, and I was freaking cooking people with the cryo launcher Arachnos. Literally, I got like freaking 10 kills in like 3 different matches with it. Where's your OCC's squad gone to with Platinum? Platinum is... I mean, he's in the World League tournament right now. And like I said, there was kind of some issues that our team had. So, yeah, we're not there. I think Platinum's still there. But he's playing with some other people. And again, like, you know, even if we got Platinum, it'd be like me, Platinum, Sanji. We'd still need to get at least 2 more. Like, we need like 2 more and then at least 1 backup player. Batman's one person who's joined us quite a few times, but I think he's kind of taking a break from the game. Nihilus is another one of the regular heavy hitters, but he's also like very busy with other stuff. Could maybe get Silence. Otherwise, yeah, it's like just I think a lot of people are just kind of busy. Gito Suguru, hello, how are you? I'm doing okay. It's raining out. There's like thunder and rain, whatever, outside. You could probably hear it though, if you're wondering what that sound is. You made a short? Oh, about the Revoker Arachno. Yeah, that makes sense. That sounds familiar. Should do a 1v1 custom with Platinum? I don't think so. I don't even like 2v2s. 2v2s are boring. 1v1s are... I'm not... Yeah, no. Also, Platinum plays a lot of 1v1s, and I do not, so he would absolutely cook me. What got you into Mech Arena? Mostly just... I used to play Warrobots, and then Warrobots became kind of crap, and I got tired of it. And so I just kind of played nothing for the most part for a while. And then eventually I was just like, I wonder what other mech games are on mobile. There's gonna be some, and then I just kind of like, I ran into Mech Arena. I played it for a little bit. I was like, it's a little too different. I didn't love it a ton. Like, the first impressions were not fantastic. And so I put it down, and then came back maybe like 6 months later, 3 to 6 months later, I don't remember. It was at least 1 month, I think. But yeah, I came back like a couple months later, and then I picked it back up, and I was like, oh, actually, yeah, it's pretty good, and I pretty much haven't stopped playing since that point. If you try to 1v1 Mayor, he'll bring Thermal Lance Lancer. Joke's on him, I will also bring Thermal Lance Lancer. Thermal Lancer. You getting cooked in 1v1 via video idea? I don't know about that one, Chief. Does the Lacewing glitch still work? Oh, where you just like fly up into the sky? Yeah. I used it to... Oh, dang, bro. I hear you. I used it to break the new map. And I recorded it, and then I never really got around to editing it, but then, like, like I didn't edit it at first, and then everybody else uploaded all of theirs, and then like after watching a couple other channels with their like map review video or whatever, I kind of realized like, I don't think like my video doesn't really offer anything unique or important to a degree where it's like it's actually worth editing and uploading this thing. I did like use the lacewing glitch to like get up on the very top, which I don't think anybody else did, but yeah, there was like, to me that wasn't really enough. Like I do pretty much always, I have like at least one thing. Like even if we cover the same things, I almost always go like a little bit further than a lot of people will, but nah, it didn't seem like there was enough like actual unique, like didn't seem worth watching. Does the lacewing glitch work with Lancers? I think so, yeah. And it's just easier with lacewing because the cooldown's shorter. Gonna fly away with thunder, bro. I'm telling you. Consider some of us don't watch any of those others. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, at this point, it's just far too late, though. Like everybody's already seen it. Now, to me, it was just like, it was the novelty of like, okay, the thing's out. Everybody made their videos, and then like the map was even like the map was in the game. People had already been playing on the map for like a couple hours, and I still hadn't started the editing. I was gonna start it that day, and I was like, everybody's already like, people have already played on it. Like, what would someone want to see my review for if clearly they've already played on the map themselves? Unless I was offering like some bit of like actual useful, unique information outside of just like the lacewing glitch. Obviously, that was like nobody else did that, but it didn't really seem like enough to me. Every time I see a shadow with fusion cannon on my team, I accept my fate. On my free-to-play account, a lot of the bots have like shadow with Gauss rifle. Suffice it to say, it's been that way for probably a month or so. I've literally only died to that one time, which shouldn't be surprising because it does negative damage. We watch every video you put out. I appreciate that. And like I was saying before, I do know that there's actually like there's quite a few people, possibly even more than most channels have, but there's quite a few people that actually would just watch like legit anything that I make. But at the same time, it's like, you know, how many people is that? It's not to say that I don't appreciate it, but it's like, you know, if it's just a couple hundred people, then it's like it's not really worth putting that effort into it, you know? Unless it was something that I knew those couple hundred people would like absolutely really like to see. But it's not, you know, it's just one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, we'll watch it because like why not? But it's not something that's like you'd be specifically excited about. It's just something that you'd be okay watching. So at that point it's just like, yeah, whatever. I may as well focus on something that like I know that a lot of people would be interested in. Like the Search versus Eclipse video, like I knew that was gonna be a good video before I even made it. And then, of course, I had to make sure that, like, you know, I had to make sure it was worth watching. Make sure I could, you know, give good information. Oh, my desk legitimately shook right then. That's crazy. I still get lost on the new map. That's wild. It's kind of fun. It's kind of fair though. I probably would too. With max legendary cooldown implant, can Lancer jump midair? No. Lancer's cooldown doesn't start until it hits the ground, I don't think. Is that true? Maybe it's not true. I don't know. I know you can do like even with like the 50% modifier. You can like you jump and then there's like a half second before you can jump again. It's really, really quick jump and it's pretty funny, but no, you couldn't jump in the air even if you had it. Why don't you play with Platinum anymore? The main reason is because he mostly plays competitive stuff. And I have, for the most part, stopped playing competitive stuff. It's the same thing with Sanji. Like, I don't... Like, Sanji's not really in any of my videos unless it's a competitive one. Like, there was a few challenge videos where Platinum and Sanji were there, but it's hard to set up challenge videos with multiple people. Will you max kill shot at 211 million subs? Sure. RuFFles and Platinum are the only content creators I unto. That's fair. I feel like a lot, like, I don't wanna, I don't like to, like, you know, be judgmental about other content creators. Like, they do their own thing. Everybody's got their own thing. And to some degree, it's like, if it works, then it works. I really can't judge them for it. And to another extent, it's like sometimes, even though it might seem ridiculous that Mayor just uploads like just like no commentary gameplay with music all the time. It might seem ridiculous, but there's probably a lot of people who actually prefer no commentary. So, you know, it's just one of those things. But I don't know, it does. Sometimes it really does feel like I'm the only one that's actually out here trying. Storm has had enough of you, honest. I used to only watch the OG Scape. Oh yeah, I mean, who didn't though? He's the OG for a reason, bro. Would you drop a Stormrack Panther or an Ember Nomad for a Stormrack Lacewing? Probably Panther. But it kind of depends on what the rest of your hangar looks like. But Panther's generally a passive mech, and Lacewing is generally a passive mech, so I think it's the most similar to your previous hangar if you get rid of the Panther. You got 50,000 Acorns. There's a promo code. I did have 100,000, but I spent a lot of them on implants. All the others tank and make thermal lance look good. It's definitely true of Omniverse, and that was true of Mayor, but you gotta give credit where credit's due. I'm actually gonna push back on that. Mayor has not done that in a long time. I mean, he'll still have videos where it's like the thumbnail is like, oh my goodness, it's a Tengu with double Hellfire 16, and then his title is like Hellfire Tengu annihilates everything, destroys everything, and it's literally just him in a 2v2 match. He spawns the Tengu immediately dies, gets 0 kills, and then he just plays the rest of the match with other stuff. That is a legitimate video, by the way. Like, I'm actually referencing an actual video. So there's still that, which it's like, okay. But he hasn't tanked in a long time, I don't think. BMP does commentary, yeah. BMP is, I think he's better for a lot of, like, the mid-game people. He does a lot more, like early and mid-game type content than I do. I have a lot more, like, end-game experience than he does, but, and so, like, I try to give advice that's, like, more akin to, like, the end goal, but he does a lot of the videos around that. Some of his videos actually do really, really good. How can you stream and talk for so long? I don't know, bro. Is Cryo worth it? Cryo launcher? Yeah, the 6 and the 10 when when you first get to those tiers, yes, those are worth getting. But if you're past those tiers, don't go back and get them. Is there a suppressor 8? No. There's a 6 and a 10. I suppose I could try to use the 6 to get some good hybrid builds, but I guess if anything, I'd probably just do that on the test server for the sake of statistics. I don't know if I would actually run a suppressor 6 hybrid in a video. I don't know. I mean, it's probably not a fair statement, because, like, to be honest, I actually don't think I've even tried a suppressor 6 hybrid. Because I did the stream with the 10, and the 10 was not very good. But part of the reason is because, like, you know, when I'm using 10 energy on one side, if it's a medium mech, then I can at most use a 14 energy weapons. Like, I couldn't use any of the 16 energy weapons, which was very unfortunate. But with the 6, then I could. I should give it a shot. Omniverse made a video of it with Lancer. Okay. I mean, it's not me, though. Should there a revoker counter a weapon that applies EMP? No. You know why? Because that literally is just the game being like, hey, let's make Eclipse even more stupidly broken than it already is. Is disc launcher worth upgrading? No, you shouldn't be upgrading pretty much anything. Please tell us the 100,000 8-coin promo code. Guys, I was joking. It's not a real promo code, come on. First stream, welcome. Replay guide is very helpful. I was in tier 4, but I decided to pause and wait for your revamped version because I don't know what I should get Revoker instead of. That's fair. I am working on it. I don't know when it's gonna be out. Like, to be completely fair, I don't know, like, to what extent I want to go to. And also the editing's gonna take a lot of time. I thought you ended the stream. I mean, I almost did. Then we started talking about like one of my like, I don't want to say recent, but one of my kind of recent videos, and I was just like talking about other stuff. You have Disc Launcher 12, you're confused whether to upgrade it, don't. No, Disc Launcher's not worth upgrading. You could get the 8. The 8s do pretty good when you're in tier 5, but if you're past tier 5, don't even bother with it. Can you imagine if there was a promo code like that? Plarium would go broke. Speaking of promo codes, I actually did, like, just this morning. I suggested to Plarium, I was like, hey, what would be really cool is if, like, on a regular basis, like, let's say every month, there was a promo code that was, like, I don't want to say what's the word I'm looking for? It's not themed, but there's a promo code that's, like, related to, like, a specific content creator, right? And then that content creator could first off decide what you get in the code. Obviously, there'd be, like, limits, maybe like $10 in-game value or something like that. But, like, that person could decide what was in it, and they would also be the first person to get the code, so then they could be, like, the first person to share it with people. I think it'd be pretty cool. But I kind of doubt it. I kind of doubt that would happen. System crash is status effect? No. System crash is not a status effect But the delay from Outlaw actually is. So if you were like, let's say, Outlaw can like crash somebody. Like when you press the ability, there's like the short delay, and then it crashes somebody based on the distance. And if you're like a Redeemer, for example, and you backtrack before that timer runs out, you can actually get rid of it, and you can clear that effect. Same thing with like Deathwalker. You can clear that effect before the system crash actually applies, but once the system crash applies, system crash is a counter to effects, essentially. But it itself is not an effect. The Outlaw timer delay thing is an effect, though, which is interesting. What about Savant 12? I would not use Savant 12. Probably not going to do very good. I mean, if it works, then it works, but, like, yeah, I wouldn't, like, rely on it. You just used the mid-game code. It's nice. Very cool. If that was a thing, RuFFles, please give us 10,000 acorns. I mean, like I just said there'd be limitations, right? So it'd be like maybe $10 in-game value. Like, I'm not stupid. I know that some people would abuse it if possible. So, like, you know, obviously there's got to be limitations to it. Stormrack 10 or Podgun 10? Well, if you already have Stormrack 6, then I would go with the Stormrack 10. Because then you could use a Stormrack 10 and 6. But a Podgun 10's kind of useless. Like, what are you going to use that with? You can only use that with a Podgun 8. And that only works if you have a rank 5 medium mech, which you probably don't. If you do, then you probably made a mistake there. The OCC codes are a good idea, but Mayor would give a Mechs a Lancer. Having mechs and weapons... I wish I could. I wish I could. I wish that my giveaways, instead of just acorns, I wish it was, like, I could actually give away, like, the newer mechs or the newer weapons. I wish that was a thing that I could do. Even if it was only, like, rank 2. It's better than, like, 1,000 acorns, I think. It's more exciting than 1,000 acorns, because ultimately 1,000 acorns is, like, not even enough to buy Guardian. Which is sad. It's not that much, dude. Like, yes, it can help, but it's not that much. When do the codes refresh with new ones? There's no pattern to it as far as I'm aware. They don't have like a promo code schedule. Half my credits for a quarter of your acorns. How many credits do you have? 12? Rank 2 surge. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you guys. If I could give everybody a rank 2 mech, it would not be Surge. Or Eclipse. Or Deathwalker. I'm very sorry. But legitimately, those things are so stupidly annoying that I would not want that for the game. Tips for using artillery weapons. Preparing for next quarterly. I need a good... hold on. Speaking of quarterly, actually, me and Sentry were gonna make like a collab video. talking about like how we come up with our strategies and how to make like a good team strategy. I mean, like he was half the strategy. He was like half the strategist. So I don't know, bro. He did half the work when it came to like coming up with strategies. Like me and him worked together on it. There was like, I'm talking about like the competitive like clan war stuff, by the way. Me and him, we would talk about it. We would he'd have like, he'd bring up like Canva or something, like some image app, and then he would have like a screenshot of like of like a map with the mini map or whatever, and he'd start drawing on it to like figure out where people like where like certain people's placements would be, which mechs go where. Like we had legit strategies, but it was mostly just like me and him talking it through, kind of going back and forth, making sure it was as good as possible. And then, you know, basically we just tell the others about it, and then they just kind of do whatever we said, essentially. You need a good grip on rocket mortars, but my mortar always misses the target. I wouldn't use a mortar weapon, to be honest. Especially in like CPC battles, the meta is like lay swing, really. Like a lot of the meta is lay swing, and in order to hit it, you need a guided weapon. This is why most people prefer strike rocket, because it's less like rocket mortar, more like helix rack or javelin rack. So, in my opinion, if you wanted to use like helix rack instead, helix or strike rocket, probably would do you better than rocket mortar, to be honest. Or even pod gun. Pod gun's another really, really solid one. But it fires differently, so it's like, you gotta use it a little bit different. Would you use a rank 2 Paragon or rank 1 Surge with only rare and epic weapons? As in, like, which one do I think would do better? The Surge absolutely would do better. When can you do hangar reviews? Pfft, I don't know, probably never. I mean, like, last stream, I basically took some time to kind of, like, review somebody's hangar and give them advice. The thing is, though, is, like it ended up taking, like, 30 minutes going back and forth with this guy. Because what happens is, like, I need to know what he has first. Like, I'm looking at his hangar, or he's explaining his hangar. I have to see what he has. I have to see what's in his hangar first and foremost. But then I have to go back and forth with him. I have to be like, okay, what other mechs do you have? What other weapons do you have? I have to figure out all the stuff that he's not using, the stuff that's in his inventory but not in his hangar. And that takes like a lot of back and forth, and kind of figuring out, like, also like in terms of like certain SPs, like I don't exactly always know what kind of enemies he's fighting. So sometimes it just kind of depends on that. Kind of have to ask like some clarifying questions. And the problem is that, and that specific one ended up taking like 30 minutes or something, just for one hangar. But the problem is basically just that it's like, I can't just look at someone's hangar and be like, oh, okay, you know, I know exactly what the problem is and I know exactly how to fix it. And I could pretend, and I could, like, you know, kind of give it the best shot that I could, but ultimately that could result in, like, some really bad results, you know? Like, let's say, for example, like, I just assume somebody already has Podgun 8, or Disc Launcher 8, but they're in Gear Hub Tier 6. Disc Launcher's in Tier 5, if you didn't know. So they're in Gear Hub Tier 6. And I could just assume that they already have it, and I could be like, oh yeah, you know, use this on that, and whatever. But then, like, in reality, if they didn't have it, then that would mean they'd have to go back and buy it, which is actually not a good idea. If they don't have it, you shouldn't go back and buy it. And so that's why, like, it's in order to give the best advice possible, which, like, I'm not going to bother giving advice if I can't give good advice. So in order to give the best advice possible, I really do have to know, like, everything that's in your inventory that you have, what rank it is, all the different stuff that you have that's actually usable. Is there any alternative to Lacewing for CPC? Not if you want to do well. The most meta hat. Everyone, like, if you're playing like a super sweaty battle, clan war or something like that, everyone should have a Lacewing. You're doing yourself a disservice if you don't. Because even though like Surge and Eclipse are stupidly OP, there are some maps that just make Lacewing the most broken mech in the game. You can't reach it with a Surge, you can't reach it with an Eclipse. The only thing that you can hit it with are the super passive weapons that are actually really ineffective against everything else. So it's just, it creates a situation where it's really difficult to kill it. Is Tetra 16 worth it? Probably not. Do you mean the... I hope you don't mean this event right here. Well, I already have it, but it was like 12,000 A coins for the Tetra 16. It's a fun weapon. I like it. Actually, really enjoy it. Tetra 16's on like Blockhorn, but it's not so good that you should probably drop that much on it, to be honest. You have over 2.5 million credits. Nice. If I could trade you, what, 10,000 A coins for 1 million credits? Nah, I wouldn't do that. Nah, because I could get 1 million credits for 9,000 A coins. Why don't you max out everything except for Killshot? Because I think it takes a lot more to max stuff than you realize. With all of the A coins that I have, how many, like, let's say there's a, let's say that the new mech comes out. There's a new mech that's coming at some point. It's been a long time, actually, but this new mech, the teased in a devlog, like the support mech that shoots like a beam or whatever. Sounds pretty cool. But let's say the new mech comes out, like, right now. Let's say it's, like, rank 4, or rank, I guess, like, let's say rank 4, because I think the last few have been rank 4. How many A coins do you think I'd have left after maxing that? This is turned to Q&A stream number 2. Yeah. Except I'm only really answering questions that are actually kind of interesting. The Q&A stream it's literally just me sitting there being like, no, Particle Beam's not better than Stormrack. Kaudos, hello. Which is better, Lacewing or Hemlock? I mean, I basically just got done saying, like, Lacewing is kind of a must-have. Hemlock is definitely not a must-have. It's good, but I wouldn't use any more than, like if you had a full team of 5 players playing competitively, I wouldn't have any more than, like, 2 Hemlocks between all of them. Particle Beam is meta, yeah. It's really meta, but, like, Revoker's my favorite weapon, so I keep trying to, like, tell everybody to use Revoker, but the real meta is Particle Beam for sure. $600, wait a minute. He says 600,000. I don't even have 600,000 right now. Clearly you're joking, but nah, what I was getting at is, like, if there was a new mech that came out, like, right now, and it was rank 4, it would cost all of my credits and then some. And it would also cost, like, probably close to, like, 35 to 40,000 A-coins. So it's basically my way of saying, like, this is a lot of A-coins, but, like, I legitimately can't max that, like, basically anything with this. Also, I desperately don't want to spend A-coins buying credits, if at all possible, because the A-coin to credit conversion rate is literal dog water. 9,000 A-coins for 1,000,000 credits. I don't think that's proportional at all. I should get, like, at least 1.5 million credits for that, I think. So, like, yeah, I even though I clearly, like, I could use a lot of credits right now, and I don't really need my A-coins for anything, but yeah, I hold on to them anyway. Every so often there's like an event crate. Not that one. This one's kind of interesting, because I could get blueprints for those weapons that aren't good. 400 is like, what, 100-ish? Yeah, so if I spun this, these two are above value in terms of credits. These blueprints I don't really care about. But sometimes there's, like, random events where it's like, if you spend A-coins, you'll get more credits back than you would if you just, like, did the conversion. So sometimes I do that, but it doesn't happen often. What do you think about Plarium making an offline mode for Mech Arena? It basically already is offline. I think the PvE was a bad idea. I think making an offline mode is a bad idea. And I think anything that rewards you for playing in any mode outside of online PvP is a bad idea. Because they already suffer with players. Like, they already suffer with a lack of players. So if you're encouraging people to do their grinding outside of the PvP space, then what you're left with is, like, literally nobody in the PvP area. It's like, if they made an offline mode, it would have to not give you any resources. What's the next onslaught? I have no idea. Did they tease it? I don't remember. Squad's very determined to win the next one. We won the last one, but I think more people will join competitively. I would hope so, bro. The number of mod parts was crazy. I was genuinely surprised. We need advice for the team composition. Can you aid? You'd have to reach out on Discord, maybe. I'll consider. When is the next one? Do you know? Yeah, because I'll consider making, like, a video about it. To the best of my abilities, obviously. Because, like I said, like, half of the strategy was done by Sentry, but he doesn't play anymore. Do you still enjoy Mech Arena, or is it just a job? Well, I would hope it's not just a job, because it certainly doesn't pay very well. But nah, to be honest, I think, like, I took a step back for a little bit, and I played some other things, and then I kind of just, like, I've been taking it a bit less seriously, and I've been enjoying it more, to be honest with you. Like, I've been, like, as of, like, the last month or two, I've been enjoying it more than I was before then. In June? That's pretty close. Okay. Yeah. I'll think about it. Yeah, I'll think about making a video. In the meantime, you can reach out on Discord if you want, but like obviously keep in mind I'm not gonna like I'm not gonna like allocate all of my spare time to like trying to coach you and your team, depending on I have no idea what's going on with you and your team, so but I assume you use Discord to communicate, in which case I could probably get get on a call or something. We could talk about stuff. Because I'd have a lot of questions. It'd probably be better to be on a call. I've been having more fun playing with 6K hangars using no pilots or mods. Interesting. I like mods. Mods keep everything from being one shot. But I think they didn't do it super well. I know a lot of people reminisce about the good old disc launcher meta days, but honestly, those were literally the worst days to me. As far as I'm concerned, that disc launcher meta can burn in hell. Platinum, hello. How are you? I'm doing okay. For the last hour, I have literally not been doing anything. I've just been talking. And so I am very sorry to anybody who came here and they were like, hell yeah, let's watch some Mech Arena gameplay, and I'm just absolutely not doing that. When are you ending the stream? I don't know. When I run out of things to talk about and I get bored, that's when I'll end it, I think. Should you rank up your kill shot? Probably not. Arc meta was your favorite? That makes sense. That was probably my favorite too. Is this a Q&A stream? Not, well, I guess kind of, but not in the sense of people are asking me bro, what's better, Panther or Aegis? But more in the sense of we're actually having a legit conversation. Don't let RuFFles get bored. I don't know. Is Killshot usable for mid-game? Yeah, sure. But Killshot's in tier 6 and the very next tier is tier 7. So why would you spend A coins ranking up a Killshot where you could just use those A coins to get into tier 7 faster, so you get Surge and Eclipse, and those can replace your Killshot. You know? Until you're in tier 7, there should literally be 0 mech rank ups. Actually 0. No exceptions. Don't, I don't want to hear oh, well, what if this and that? No, 0. 0 mech rank ups. Until you're in tier 7 and you have both Surge and Eclipse. Okay, well, maybe you could buy Surge and then rank it up, and then buy Eclipse. But I think the more ideal solution would be to buy Surge and Eclipse before ranking either of them up. 0, well, essentially, until you have at least one of them, there should not be a single mech rank up period. Good free-to-play weapon for 16 energy Hemlock. Free-to-play weapon doesn't mean anything anymore. You just mean good weapon. The only weapon that's actually that people actually use competitively that isn't in the gear hub for credits and A-coins is Strike Rocket. It's the only one. Free-to-play players, you can already get Revoker, you can already get Stormwreck, you can already get Minigun. Those are the top 3. And then the fourth most common one is Strike Rocket. But it's also kind of like Strike Rocket's kind of tied with Podgun. So like the only one that you'd maybe want to get, you could just get Podgun and do almost just as well. And Podgun's a free-to-play weapon. So like there's no conversation to really be had about free-to-play weapons. The mechs are a different story though. There's like Deathwalker and all that kind of stuff. Lacewing. Got a challenge here. Get ready to face my godly slingshot embers. Oh. At least it's not slow and sling. A stasis beam slingshot would be kind of terrifying to deal with. It would be Battle of the Ages though. You like playing with no pilot, as you use weapons mechs you don't have implants or pilots for? Well, in the sense that you face weaker enemies, and so those things are more effective. I don't necessarily disagree with that sentiment, though. If your goal, oh, there we go. If your goal is to like win every match and just like always do the best, always perform the best, get the most kills, whatever. Excuse me, bro. My stream's tripping. Okay, whatever. Anyway, then yeah, like there's really nothing in terms of variety that you could use. I could, like, myself personally, I could slap basically anything in this hangar, and I can at least get a solid 50-50 win rate against players. But that does partially come with practice. But yeah, I mean, like you said, like obviously you don't have everything, so there's that too. Or you have stuff, but it's like low rank. You got your kill shot when it was newly released, and you got it for cheap. Okay. What rank is it? I assume it's rank 4, right? Suppressor 8. Let's go, buddy. Seeker. Well, that's interesting. Let's see. Oopsie. Yeah, this... What is crap? Those events are not, like... They may as well not exist. One person gets 10,000 A coins. It's just whoever cheats the hardest. Or spends the most money, one of the two. Possibly both. Should there be more credit-based legendary mechs? Probably. And it might sound like an obvious, like, oh yeah, I know. I mean, clearly. Like, legendary mechs cost a lot, so like... Clearly, it would be better to have some of them that are cheaper, or to have more of them that are cheaper. But like, when you think about it, though, like when it comes to legendary mechs, let's assume that the point of a legendary mech is to be a mech that's like, you know, top tier. This is the sort of thing that's usable. That, like, you know, it's intended to be used at the late, like, absolute late game, end game, whatever. obviously not all of them are like that. But let's make that assumption, right? At that point, you spend a ton of A-coins buying it, but you also spend a lot more credits. You spend a lot more credits upgrading it. Because legendary mechs are essentially they're meant to be upgraded, right? In theory, anyway. So it's not like the way that it really technically is. But in theory, it's like, you know, they're meant to be upgraded. So you spend a lot of A-coins buying them, but you also spend a lot of A-coins upgrading them. This goes for weapons as well. So it's like, yes, you spend a lot of A-coins on them. And it'd be cheaper to get them with credits, but then, like, you'd have no credits in order to upgrade them. So, like, I almost feel like I did the math, and yes, it did. Like, the legendary mechs need to be a lot cheaper, obviously, in terms of A-coins. But I don't disagree with the idea that, you know, legendary mechs they're like premium mechs, they're top tier, and so they cost a premium currency. And if the goal then is to upgrade them, or for them to be like for it to be worthwhile to upgrade them, to spend that amount of credits on them, at that point I think the A-coins and credits kind of cancel out. Again, you'd have to make the A-coin cost a bit cheaper to buy them, but at that point it would kind of cancel out. And so I know what you, and I know some people are like, okay, well, you know, clearly that works in theory, but like not all the legendary mechs are worth upgrading. And like, sure, you could remedy that by just being like, okay, let's just bite the bullet, let's accept that these are garbage and we'll make them credits. But if I could change something about the game, I don't think I'd change anything that would be anything in the way of just like, okay, instead of... Well, it's like it's the question between, like, you know, buffing something, making it good, or just making it cheaper because it's bad. You know, I'd rather it not be bad. I'd rather it stop being bad than to just make it more accessible. You know what I'm saying? That's my perspective on it. When are we getting legendary playouts for credits next time? I have no idea. For competitive, would you replace Vortex? In this hangar, this is not like a competitive... Well, I guess it is kind of a competitive hangar, but I wouldn't use this hangar competitively, no. Vortex is, yeah, not great. If it's the best that you have, it's an okay replacement for Deathwalker, but Deathwalker's a lot better, and there's kind of no reason to use Vortex. Sorry, what is this? I want to see videos of you listing the current free-to-play mechs and weapons. Do people not know what's free-to-play and what's not? Well, I guess if they're not in the tier, then that kind of makes sense, but... What kind of poses? Damn, brother. 1 token. 2 token. 3 token. That's 3 tokens for this thing. 0.3%. There's no chance that that's worth spinning. Well, I'd only exchange it with credits, to be fair. Huh. Interesting. An epic ability duration is a reward of all time. Like, that's the most random thing I've ever heard of. Why is that there? They should make Redox Bastion and Gatecrasher cheaper. No, again, like, the premise is that, like, instead of making it good, like, if you make it cheaper, you're accepting defeat, and you're guaranteeing that it's never going to get above. The devs have already said, Brickhouse is credits because it's not very good. I didn't believe that at first. Some people were saying that for a while. I didn't really believe it, but no, apparently it is true. But the devs have said they've said themselves, Brickhouse is credits, and it's not going to get above. It's credits because it's bad, and not going to get a buff. If they buffed it for whatever reason, they would make it cost 8 coins. They would make it more expensive. So essentially what I'm getting at is like, when you make something cheaper, you eliminate the possibility of it just being better. Like, I would rather them buff the bad weapons or make Brickhouse better. I'd rather them make it better than to make it cheaper. I'd rather them make Scorpius better than to make it cheaper. You know, same thing with Redox. I'd rather it be better than for it to be cheaper. Not just because I have it, but because, like, you know, it introduces more variety to the end game meta. You sent an invitation? Okay. I mean, I'm not gonna accept it. I'm sorry. Is Viper Aegis good at 2300? It's probably okay. I would recommend Podgun Aegis a lot more. They should really make more epic, rare, and uncommon stuff. Definitely not rare and uncommon. I mean, like, everybody goes through people say that, but again, it's like, they say that based purely on the conception of, like, okay, it's gonna be cheaper so I can afford it. But, like, do you want it though? Like, everybody goes through the first, like, 4 tiers of the gear hub, through the common, the uncommon, and the rare stuff. They go through those tiers buying the literal least amount of stuff possible so that they can just get to the better stuff. And it's not going to be less true if they add more stuff. That's just going to be more stuff for people to not use, for people to actively avoid using. Like, it would legitimately be a bad idea to go back and get any of those things. And maybe they'd be okay to the point where it's like, maybe new players could get it, but yeah, I don't know. I don't fully disagree, but I think people don't really, like, I don't disagree to the point where it's like they could definitely flush out those tiers a bit more. I think there should be, like, at least 1 mech of each class. There should be at least 1 mech of each class in each tier, you know? So, like, one more tank here, 1 more support here. And then the same thing with, like, tier 5. Should be another epic attacker, but they're not going to do that, probably. But that's still, like, even that, like, yeah, maybe a couple things they could do, but, you know, for the most part, like I said, it's like people are going out of their way to make sure that they don't buy stuff. So, like, what would adding a rare mech do if everyone mutually understands that it's not good, and by buying it, you're just wasting 8 coins on something that's not good? Unless you're in that tier, which, like, most people aren't. Because it doesn't take that long to get to tier 5. You think they should make mechs free-to-play as well? I mean, yeah, obviously. I don't know why it takes them so long. Actually, Hemlock is the next mech, like, theoretically. But it's the one that's taken the longest to become free-to-play. It's been, like, 18 months, possibly. I think maybe closer to 19. And there's still, like, there's no indication that it's going to be coming out anytime soon. Like, there's 0 indication. The previous longest one was, I think, 16 months for Eclipse. I think all the legendary mechs should be under $20 to get it 5-star. Yeah. No, I've said before, like, the absolute most that I think anyone should be paying for, like, a top tier item is like $30. So no, I don't disagree with that. Is a secret crate rush for 10,000? I have no idea, actually. Hold on. I was gonna check that. Let me log into my free-to-play account. No, I'm not playing free-to-play battle. I'm not playing on my free-to-play account. I'm not playing any battles. Don't invite me. I'm just gonna log in and check the thing. You shouldn't make people pay for hangar reviews. I mean, I don't. What do you mean? Visit the Mech Arena store. Let's see. Is there anything good? Is there anything free, I should say? There is not. There's a thing for $1, though. Let's see what it is. 400 A coins for $1. It's actually really good. Hold on. I mean, obviously, I'm not buying it for this account, but that's 400 A coins per dollar. That's really good. 900 A coins for $8. That's significantly worse. But then there's like a bunch of credits and fortune keys, so it's like okay. And $20, you get 2,400 A coins. Not the best value is the cheapest one. Doesn't really surprise me though. What was I? Oh yeah, I was looking at something else. 1 USD tempted, yeah. Anyone who plays on like Android, if you have like the Google Play points, you could probably just use that. I have a bunch of those saved up that like I almost forgot that this was my free-to-play account, and I was like, suppressor damage, wipeout damage, let's go. Nope, not for me. Token exchange 30k for for 3 tokens. Those for the skins. I didn't spin the skins crate. I just got the credits for it. I don't like those skins anyway, I'm not gonna lie. 0.01%. I hate when they do this, dude. Like some of the feedback that I gave them recently is like literally just like if you really, really want there to be a tiny chance of getting the mech, just add a crap ton of different possible rewards. I hate this drop rate skewing thing because most people, I think, either don't like. I think most people don't know that the drop rates even differ, and if they do, I think a lot of them don't actually know how to check. And even if they know how to check, it's like I think most people can't really conceptualize like how bad of a chance is 0.01%. Like how bad of a chance is that? It's abysmal, but most people are like, well, technically I have a chance. But you don't have a chance. 1, 2, 3, 9, 10. 10,500. Right. Yeah, so it's 30. Yeah, 10,500. With all these blueprints and the rank 5, this is actually a good one. I hope all of you guys who... There you go. I hope all of you guys who read my posts appreciate that I always try to, like, frame the screenshot in a way that actually kind of looks nice. That freaking pose, dude. That pose was going on there. I know that she's kicking a ball, but it's weird. I was not expecting to see that today. In fortune crates, I click the acorns and credits hoping I get a better chance. I mean, yeah, so if it helps. Why is it not? Okay, there we go. Cool, don't care. Cool, don't care. Cool, don't care. Cool. Oh, yeah, alright. Free gold crate. Cool. What were we talking about? Excuse. Why did you... Okay. There. What were we talking about before I got sidetracked? Again. You should actually do another Seeker video? Yeah, I probably will. I haven't made a video with Seeker in a long time. And I think a lot of people could use like a general Seeker guide. I'm not great in terms of like gameplay guide videos, but I think there's some pretty obvious like pros and cons about Seeker in terms of like trying to use it effectively and also trying to counter it effectively. So there's some things that I could mention that I could probably make a video about. Is that why you're on for like 10 minutes taking one screenshot? No. I don't spend that long on it. But I do make sure that it's positioned nicely. It only takes like 30 seconds. Now if I'm on for like 10 minutes and then I go, it's just like I pull up the game and then I'm doing like finishing daily whatever tasks like I just did, like I opened some crates. And then I probably just like do something on Discord and then I just like get sidetracked and think like cause like I have a second monitor. And so I just have the game up in the background and I'm not actually doing anything. Seeker will be insane one battle and then suck the next, yeah. It's mostly dependent on how ready the enemies are for you. It really is. Like, it's... There's plenty of Seekers on that I deal with on my free-to-play account, but I pretty much always kill them, like, really quick. There's a few things that you can do to kill them quickly. So for someone like me who's like I'm actually prepared for it, it's not a big deal. But for other people, yeah, no, I can imagine. The only thing we need now is a 32 energy dash mech that's also immune to debuffs. That'll be the next. I hope to God that there is never another dash mech. Cause like actually, like what could you do? What do you like? Dash mechs are always OP, and if it's a legendary dash mech, it's basically guaranteed to be OP. In fact, if it's a legendary scout in general, there's like a 90% chance that it's going to be OP. Like the only legendary scout that's not stupid busted is Mimicker. Can't remember the last time I used Seeker. Yeah, fair enough. Best weapon in tier 3 for credits. It doesn't really matter. Like, so long as you're not spending A coins, like the first 3 tiers, like actually I think legit kind of don't matter. You could get pretty much anything and you'd be fine. Because you're not going to use any of those weapons for a super long time anyway. What would you do with a $500 donation? Pocket it and not spend it. If at all possible. Would I have to spend it? That's the question. It's ironic since he's a tier 9 mech. Yeah, I know. Yol. Hello. Please speak English. I think I need to spend credits. I'm just gonna do this in case I forget to later. You wouldn't have to spend it. Okay, yeah, no. I mean, if at all possible, I wouldn't spend it. If I did, it'd be on Monster, though. You have asked... Honestly, shoot. I'm not gonna lie. I'm very curious as to, like, how far you're willing to go with that. I don't know why it's... I don't know why it's important. I'm not gonna bother answering that question because it's like, it's a conversation that's like not very interesting. Like, it's literally just because like I just feel like it. Are they gonna add Brickhouse to Daily Reward? I have no idea. It would be great if they did. I know there's other people who are much closer than I am, so I'll know from them. I'll know from them first. I've been keeping my eye kind of on this, and I've been tempted to make a video basically explaining what it is. Because like people keep asking me like, oh, what's the loyalty program? What's the loyalty program? But like, to be honest, I don't really know outside of like, probably there's like random mechs like the Tengu or whatever. Like random stuff at the end reward of this daily login thing. But I don't know how frequent it's gonna be. I don't know what's gonna appear in there. I'm really very, very curious to see what comes up in the next one. I really hope, it's kind of doubtful, but like I really hope that it's just like a cycle of just like, you know, all kinds of stuff. It's like maybe Tengu, maybe Stalker, maybe some low tier weapons. I don't know, like shotgun 8. Like I don't know, like stuff that's like, you know, it's pretty low value. Anybody could get it, and it wouldn't be anything crazy. Like you give it to a literal new player, like who has nothing except for Paragon and Lancer, and it wouldn't make a huge difference. But then, like, you know, it'd be a nice way to get like a couple free things, like possibly a rank 2 Brickhouse or something. I keep going to that when I'm meaning to go to this. But then also, like, you know, if you already have it, it's some nice acorns right there. It'd be nice if that happened regularly, but I have no idea. It could just be like a thing where it's like, oh, every 6 months we'll give you one thing. Like, kind of stupid, but I don't know. Surge or Nomad? I made a video about Surge versus Eclipse, but I actually included Nomad in that video, so you can check. Have you all ever seen an actual hacker? Yeah. I've seen somebody who was using like a thermal lance too, and he was one-shotting everybody. He like had he hacked the damage. I know there are people who have like hacked speed and HP to make themselves unkillable. There's one guy who hacked to like copy the other people's movement. So like their mech would move in the exact same way that yours did. It was very interesting. I think Cax actually has a video about that. Should bring back the Fortune Key event blitz. I think that's gone for good. Like there's kind of this, like, yes, it was good. I liked it, but like at this point, like you may as well. I think it's a. Some people probably disagree, but I think it's a pretty major issue that this community has, is that like most of their advice is like most of what they want is specifically contradictory to whatever happens. So it's like I can understand not being okay with it. I agree. Like I said, it was good. The Vault Blitz thing was good, and I liked it. But I think at this point, it's more productive to ask for something different, or to ask for something unique, something to replace it, than to like constantly hound them about like literally undoing the updates that they just did. It's the same thing with like mods. Like, stop. I know that's not. I know it's not you specifically because you didn't say anything about it, but there's been plenty of people. And same thing happened with pilots. Like pilots and mods. Like they're not going to get rid of them. They're just not. They spent a lot of time making it, putting it in the game. They're not going to get rid of it. So at that point, you're doing everyone a disservice by trying to gather attention toward yourself just for the sake of trying to say, hey, we should just like literally just undo the thing that you just did. They're clearly not going to do that. Like, suggest an actual solution as opposed to like, as opposed to just trying to undo the things that they already did. Now, obviously, I don't. Did they say anything at any point that like, oh, this thing is done forever? I don't think they did. I think it just kind of stopped showing up. So, like, yeah, maybe it would show up again, but I think it's pretty safe to say that it's gone. Yeah, something. Yeah. And I assumed that nobody has a problem with that either, but it is a pattern that I see. It is a pattern that I see very often, where it's just like people, instead of trying to like convey what it is that they want, is like as far as they can, as far as anyone's aware, it's like literally all they want is just the opposite of what just happened, you know? Like, there's a lot of ways that they could have and should in the future, even, like, ways that they could balance mods to make them much better. I don't think mods are balanced at all. But they're in the game now, right? They're not going to remove them. So all these people screaming, being like, oh, that you just remove mods, you get rid of them. Like, it's literally not going to happen. It's literally not going to happen. But there's a lot of people who go that route. And it's like you're attracting attention. It's an easy rally cry. It really is. It's just like, oh yeah. It's something that people say because they know that they'll get a lot of "you go girls" in the as replies. You know, it's like they'll get a lot of people who are like, oh yeah, absolutely, I agree. But it's like it's not productive. They're not gonna get rid of it. Maybe in the first like month. I'm not going to say don't try at all. Like, in the first month, sure. Like, maybe they would be willing to get rid of it in the first month. But, like, after that, brother, just, like, come up with something more productive. Like, come up with a solution and not just, like, okay, just create a time machine and just don't do that. Like, most of the time people, like, they're not offering solutions. They're not like, you should do this. They're not saying you should do this or you should do this. It's like you shouldn't have done this, or the mods shouldn't have been as like, okay, well they're in the game now, so like, what do you want? What do you want to happen with it? Titans in Mech Arena will be fun. They're not gonna add Titans in Mech Arena. Probably ever. It could be fun. But I mean, let's be honest. They'd probably make one that's just like super stupid, probably with EMP. So, yeah, I'm not gonna say that it makes me sad that Titans will never be in Mech Arena, or that Titans will probably never be in Mech Arena. Nah, man, that's probably for the best, to be honest. Have you ever streamed this late? I've streamed for like 18 hours before. Not all in one go. I think it was like 9 hours on YouTube and then 9 hours on Twitch. But I was playing a different game. I was playing with some friends. Do you think they're going to add currency for skins? No. Why would they? You like mods and pilots? I think the player-friendly way to handle it is with matchmaking. If you don't have mods or pilots in Hangar, opponent shouldn't either. Making the all... I mean, no. I disagree. Like, they have to bunch... Like, everything that I see tells me that they need to bunch people together more and not separate them more. Like, you play 10 battles and you get, like, 3 players out of all of them. You know? Like, splitting the available players even more based on that, I think is wild. I don't think it's a good idea. I think if it's in the game, people should be encouraged to use them, you know? Like, pilots are in the game. Pilots are a thing that everybody has. They've been in the game long enough. Everybody has them. And, you know, like, if you don't use it, that's on you, you know? The same thing should happen with mods, but I don't want to say the mods have been in the game for a little while at this point, but it's mostly the fact that the mods are so freaking pay to win, because like you literally can't get the mod parts without spending money. Like, you get literally nothing in terms of mod parts for free. But that's a different conversation, you know, like that's... And I'd be happy to talk about that, but I don't think... I think it's counterproductive to try to create a different type of subset of the game inside of the game where people are not using the things that are in the game, you know? You got Eclipse? Very cool. They should add a weapon that's a limited time for a holiday. Well, they added a limited time pilot, and now everybody's sad that they can't get it anymore, so... I don't know. The idea is not, like, that bad, but... I feel like everybody like, there's be a lot of people who miss it, and it would kind of suck for them. The devs couldn't be bothered to find a solution for the availability of mod parts. I'm not so sure that they couldn't be bothered. I mean, let's be honest. There's no way that it wasn't on purpose. Like, come on. They absolutely know that nobody can get mod parts unless they spend money. Like, there's no chance that they don't. If they made them cheaper, if they gave more methods to get mod parts, and if they balanced out some of the mods too, like the multi-layered ones are like way too strong right now. If they balanced them out, actually, I think what they... I think it's like very, very possible that they're not gonna nerf the multi-layered ones, because again, they hate nerfing things because people outrage every time they nerf something. But I think their plan is to buff the solid ones to make the solid ones more worthwhile. MAJJ, thank you, sir. Much appreciated. Thanks for the yep. That's crazy. But yeah, like there was like a survey around mods, and I think there's some other conversations that I've had that like it's indicated that like I think the devs are actually thinking of buffing the solid ones, making them more worth running, which would then in turn mean people are using less multi-layered ones, which would then in turn make it more worthwhile to run something like a sniper weapon. So that could be kind of cool, but I don't know. In terms of the meta, I don't think the meta is ever really going to change that much. I think snipers do far too bad against multi-layered shields for them to ever be useful competitively, unless they nerfed multi-layered shields. But that's just my current opinion. I have no idea, obviously, what could possibly happen. It could just, like, people could just use it on Orion or something. I don't know. But yeah. But they could do all those things to make mods like better, to make the mods feature better, more accessible, more balanced. But I don't necessarily think that they didn't know that they were super unbalanced and super pay to win. I'm sure that they were fully aware. Where are the mods? Oh, you mean the stream mods? Is someone's... Hold on. I have just like the top chat. Somebody's spamming something completely different. Oh yeah, this guy. Well, if he starts up again, I'll just time him out. Whatever. What did you do? What do you mean? No, you didn't do anything. Oh, you're talking to that guy. Yeah. Instant gaming, stop spamming, brother. What's the time? Am I 2:30 in the morning? That's crazy. I've been for the record, I was streaming battles for like maybe 2 hours, and then I was literally just talking. I've just been talking about random stuff for the last 2 hours. I've never seen a player with single layer blockade. I actually see quite a few. higher SP. Most of the time, it's an indicator that they're pay to win, and that they just spend a lot of money and they don't actually know that the multiplayer ones are better. It's 3:30 a.m. there. All right, 1 hour ahead of me, not too bad. Favorite build is Particle Beam Lancer. Untrue. It's Particle Beam 16 / Thermal Lance 6 on Cheetah. $82 hours? No. Maybe 82 hours. I have not been here for 82 hours. You can check to see how long the stream's been going for. It's been 4 hours. $4:30 p.m. Thank you for clarifying the PM. Yeah, fair enough. You said 82 hours? No, I don't think I did. I said 2 hours. I said I was playing battles for like 2 hours, and then I was just talking about random stuff for like 2 hours. Oh no, I'll bet you what I said was maybe 2 hours. I said I was playing battles for like maybe 2 hours, and what you heard was 82 hours. That's crazy. Nah, yeah, it's been 82 hours, bro. I'm trapped. Plarium won't let me leave. Well, I know I didn't say 82. Like, I know for absolute fact that I didn't, but I can understand why maybe 2 hours sounds like 82 hours. It's been 3 days, yes, correct. You look like a zombie, yeah. I mean, I've streamed for 24 hours, and I was in absolutely no shape similar to this. I would not be voluntarily talking about random stuff at that point. I would literally be dead. Like this guy. Dead killer. Monster giving him extra energy to talk, yeah. A little bit. Alright. I think the conversation's officially gone boring. Sorry, guys. No sign of life outside Mech. That's crazy. Well, I appreciate everybody for stopping by. Yeah, no, I mean, I have anybody who is just like here listening to me ramble. I appreciate it. This is, I think, like, I actually legitimately, I was gonna stop the stream like 2 hours ago. And then I just like went on a couple tangents. We were just talking about random stuff, but it was fine. Like, people are, for the most part, people are just asking questions. Like it wasn't like a Q&A stream. Like, you know, bro, which one's better, Panther or Aegis type question. It's like, you know, people are asking like kind of interesting questions. So yeah, no, it's. But I do think it's been a while. I do think it's been long enough. And it doesn't really seem like anybody has anything interesting to say anymore, so I'm fucking stop. I was only here for the past, like, half hour. Yeah, that's fair. Bro, this guy is 12 a.m. there. Yeah. Well, it's getting close to 3 in the morning for me. Yes, let me go to sleep. You are the one keeping yourself awake, okay? I did not tell you to stay here. Which build is better? I'm not answering a question like that. I can't be bothered. But yeah, no, it's interesting. What we got? We actually legitimately have Suppressor 8 now. I was talking earlier. I'm just like as I'm just gonna wrap this up. Okay, I promise I'm not gonna go for that much longer. But I was talking earlier about how like I actually have not used any legitimate suppressor hybrid builds, like at all. I used the 10. The suppressor 10, but that's like one of the worst energies to use as a hybrid, because like unless you use it on a heavy mech at very best, like heavy mechs aren't good for hybrids anyway, because the most energy capacity is 16, and so at that point you lose half of your damage output if you get rid of one weapon in favor of a hybrid weapon, like a modifier weapon. So the medium mechs are good ones for that. The light and medium mechs are better for hybrids. But the 10 energy one requires that I only use like a 12 or a 14 energy weapon as like the main weapon, and then have the 10 energy modifier weapon. But that's not really good. Like it's not ideal at all. But then there was like the suppressor 6 came out. I don't think I used it a single time in a single battle. I don't think I even equipped it on anything. I just like I got it and then it's like whatever. But the 8, like now that I'm thinking about it, I could use 8/16 builds and actually test out hybrids to the fullest extent. So I probably will. And maybe, just maybe, I do like a stream or something. Probably not tomorrow because it's late, and I probably am not gonna want to stream tomorrow. But maybe I do a stream, maybe like Saturday, where I do like a full thing of hybrid builds. Because I could use like 2 6s, like 1 6 on each mech, 1 8 on each mech, maybe a 10. It could be interesting. But yeah, I'll test it. I'll try to at least make a video about it. Because it didn't really occur to me that I never really like actually tested the hybrids. But yeah, so I'll try to do that. Otherwise, yeah, I mean, appreciate everybody for stopping by. And for anyone who's been here for the last like 2 hours, I appreciate your patience. But yeah, take care.